saw a digital camera. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome everybody. It is Monday, December 6th, 2021. This is a regular city council meeting starting at approximately 7:05. We're going to begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, and if everyone would please join me. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. It's been a long day. I apologize. Before we do that, I need to call the meeting to order, and we just need to do roll call, and then we'll do that. I apologize.
That's okay. Mayor Beckstead.
Here?
Assistant Mayor Splaine.
Here.
Councilor McEachern.
Here.
Councilor Whelan.
Here.
Councilor Lazenby.
Present.
Councilor Kennedy.
Here.
Councilor Huda.
Here.
Councilor Tabor.
Here.
Councilor Trace.
Here.
Okay, and then we're going to do the invocation, and one thing I wanted to add, so we're going through some difficult times, not just our community, but our nation and our world. The COVID variant obviously has increased. I would like to ask everybody for a moment of silence for people that you may know, people that you don't know, either in our community, in our state, in our nation, in our world. The anniversary of my stepfather's death, and he did die from COVID, was December 17th. So I have somebody that was affected by this that the rest of the world is feeling, and I would just ask that you all take a moment of silence with me to basically honor all the people that we have lost throughout the entire world, and anyone that you feel fit is recognized. So please, moment of silence. And if everyone would please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, for that. So we have tonight something special. We have a recipient that is partaking via email. I was contacted last month from an organization throughout the country. They are recognizing as Purple Heart communities, and I felt it very, very important that Portsmouth recognized as a Purple Heart community. I've actually observed a little bit more and more since we've started to talk about this. Actually, when you get on 95 South, 95 South actually is a Purple Heart trail, actually is recognized there. And there are other communities. Dover, I think, is one. Exeter is another. And I felt it very important that Portsmouth would be. We do have a recipient here tonight that I want to recognize before I do the proclamation. So it's Melanie Spears. If Melanie could raise or stand. So again, I thought this was very important. Myself, my brother is actually a recipient of a Purple Heart from Afghanistan as well. And these are very vital people that have stepped up way above the call of duty, and you are very much appreciated in this community and in the state of New Hampshire. So, the proclamation so reads, whereas in 1782, at a time when the Constitutional Congress had not yet paid all of those who fought for America's independence, General George Washington created a military badge of military merit, a heart-shaped piece of purple velvet that was priceless to its recipients. And whereas Portsmouth citizens have fought in every conflict from the earliest original of the nation to its most recent military deployments, and whereas so many of our citizens came home, or in many cases did not, with the scars of battle, and earned a medal that speaks volumes to all who know what a Purple Heart recipient representation, and whereas a Purple Heart signifies a soldier, sailor, or airman who was wounded by enemy action, and thousands of such men and women have called Portsmouth home for over the past 2 centuries. And whereas Portsmouth is forever in the debt of those we know and honor today, as well as those we will never know, who shed their best and sometimes their last blood in keeping our nation, values, and dreams alive. Now, therefore, I, Rick Beckstead, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and the citizens of Portsmouth, do join with other communities around the state and hereby declare Portsmouth, New Hampshire as a Purple Heart community, and urge all citizens to reflect on what Purple Heart recipients have done for each of us throughout their sacrifices. Given by my hand and the seal of the City of Portsmouth on this 16th day of December 21st, Rick Beckstead, Mayor of Portsmouth. So we do have a member of the organization, if she is on Zoom, which I think she is.
I'm looking to promote Marie Grella to panelist.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting me to a special occasion. I'm very proud that Portsmouth has chosen to become a Purple Heart city. And it is an honor. And I'm just very delighted. And I hope to see your signs out as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you very much appreciated, and we look forward to it. I had talked with the city manager, and Peter Rice Peter is here. So the way that I saw it, when we had brought this forward, I had talked with Mike Griffin from the Elks Club. It has been portrayed that one or other veteran organizations usually pay. It's not a lot of money depending on the signage. Peter Rice will be in charge of it with placement. I had made recommendations, at least 4 recommendations. One would be at the Memorial Bridge coming in from Kittery. One would be from the Market Street Extension. One would be Lafayette Road, and one would be off of 33. So there would be 4 signs, and I know that the Elks Club is generously gone and stepped up to be able to pay for the signs. And if there is anything else to be added, there might be other organizations. And I see newly elected Councilor Josh Denton with the VFW, I'm sure would be willing to step in as well. And we do have many others in the community. So greatly appreciate for all those organizations for what they do. And again, thank you so much for everyone as far as a Purple Heart recipient. So God bless.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And God bless our veterans. But you get a veterans discount if one of the legions or the any of those organizations purchase the signs. And 6 signs, I believe, cost $316. And this town of Amherst has 6 of them. Manchester has 10. Okay. So that's just an example of how many signs can be put out in all the locations so that the public knows you're honoring your veterans. And thank you again.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And I'm sure we'll have a few more placements and recommendations. I'm sure Mr. Rice will be able to think of a few other spots as well, as he's shaking his head yes. So, all right. So moving on in the agenda, we have acceptance of minutes. We have October 14th, 2021, October 18th, 2021, and October 27th, 2021. Sample motion would be to move and accept and approve the October 14th, 18th, and 27th of the City Council meetings.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second. Any discussion on any of those 3? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you. All right, next we're going to be moving on to public comment session. I'm going to make an assumption that we're probably going to have some on Zoom. We have 26, I believe. 25. Yep. that have gone and signed. So I am going to call out by name. I will ask that you would give your first name, or your name and your address. Public comment at the beginning is for residents only. Any non-residents can speak towards the end. We do have a public hearing, and if you're here to speak on the hearing, I would ask that you save your comments for public comment for the actual public hearing. There's a time limit, a public hearing of 3 minutes, and there is no time limit for the public hearing. So I will leave it at that. So I've got the first one on the list is George Remick, and his topic is on Purple Heart.
Evening. Mayor, City Manager, councilors. Tonight I come here speaking for people that are not with us. These are the Purple Heart members, and this with me, and you can leave it with her in a minute. Wait a minute, what's that? This is Jimmy Morrissey, who's pretty well known here in the city. His father was a Purple Heart recipient. He has a Purple Heart here to show around. His dad went down in a B-24. You tell him about how quick that was between there and when this man was born.
Okay. I was born on October 5th, 1943. My father was shot down over Germany in March of about 1945. I was 6 months old when he died, and we never saw each other. The only thing I got is the Purple Heart. And I had it all these years, and I saw this in the paper about the city, and I thought it would be nice to bring this at this time. So, if you want, I can pass it along if you want to look at it. There aren't, I don't think you've seen many, but you can pass it through if you'd like.
Jimmy Morrissey's been very active, sports and everything in this city for years, and I just felt that when the Legion, one of our people is sick that would have been here, but we have taken care of a lot of Purple Heart, and I've been 64 years in the Legion, and a lot of them are in the ground now.
Yeah.
But they'd be very proud to see the sign coming in if they could come
Very
back.
much.
So we want to thank you, and we're not going to tie you folks up. He'd just like to get it back afterwards. Never keeps that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Mike Griffin, and the topics are Purple Heart and Cemetery Committee, which you can speak about during the public hearing. You don't have to speak about it now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And thank you to the council. My name is Michael Griffin. I'm a lifelong city resident of Portsmouth. I live at 579 Sagamore Avenue, and I'm speaking here tonight as the exalted ruler of the Portsmouth Lodge of Elks. When the mayor reached out to us with the opportunity to participate in this Purple Heart informative public campaign, it was our honor and privilege to accept that opportunity. As members of the Elks, we value the sacrifice of our veterans. It's a very, very significant part of our commitment to our community and to our veterans, and we look forward to honoring the city with those signs.
Thank you very much. Next up is Roy Hessel, council job.
Good evening. My name's Roy Helsel, 777 Middle Road, Unit 22. Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and the council. I understand that since the mayor and other councilors that will not be with us council next year should not do any of their work anymore, according to Assistant Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is George Dempsey. And it's comments on,
Everything.
go ahead. I'm going to leave you to it.
Good evening. A lot of this is going to be on the election. A lot of it will be random, okay? On the election, I heard recently you called the Beckstead Fire a badge of honor, okay? Rather than be called what the new council is being called, the Sleazy 21. That's pretty sad, okay? But that's where we're at, okay? When people don't respect people running for office and do what they've done, I have some recommendations for you people that have been affected. First one, Federal Communications Commission. What was done is a crime, okay? Don't let them off. Go after them, full bore. Next one would be the FBI after them. After that, the Attorney General, Secretary of State for New Hampshire, and, oddly enough, the New Hampshire DNC. I'm a lifelong Democrat, and I'm thoroughly disgusted with the people on the DNC who were involved in affecting a city election of 22,000 people. How shameful. How disgusting. Councilor Splaine, you apologized to the new mayor coming in. Did you apologize for what happened in the election? On the McINTYRE, ask for a jury trial, okay? I don't know if you can ask for it, but I hope you do. The local newspapers, a lack of courage. You get a 5-second comment on the election. That's it? Where are we? Okay? There's a thing called the social compact. Even an ignorant dolt like me knows what that is. When did you stop following it? Do unto others as you would do unto you. And on the veterans issue, I support them wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Justin Richardson. Topic is thank you and appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I am here to talk about appointments, but I don't think I'll make your next meeting. So I wanted to thank you for the job that you've done over the last year, over the last 2 years. I know it's been a difficult road, a lot of unexpected twists and turns, especially with COVID that none of us could have ever foreseen or anticipated. What I want to say to you today is urge you to vote on the appointments that are before you. And the reason is that our charter, our laws, our ordinances provide for a system of checks and balances, and that's very important. Councils change. There was a big change when you came in, and there's a big change coming again. But our land use boards have to make decisions that are much more durable. And we've seen changes before, and one of the important checks and balances is that if you do not vote on this today and you are to defer this to the future council, then what that would mean is the next council coming in would appoint within the first 2 years, within the first year, 6 members of the planning board, and then in the second year of their term, the remaining 3. And I think that would be a big mistake to consolidate power, because our charter and our ordinances are intended to provide for some balance, even as councils may come and go. Excuse me for muttering a little bit. So, I look at this and I say, it was wrong for the United States Senate to deny Merrick Garland a vote, and it would be wrong to do so in this chamber. I think it's better for this council to look at this and decide not whether we agree with what one member's view is on development, whether for it or against it, but to decide whether these people, we have confidence that they will faithfully execute the laws of New Hampshire, the United States, and the city of Portsmouth. And if you decide that they will do that, I would suggest that you confirm them, because that's what's important in this instance, and it's what's important to our city. So thank you very much, members of the council, Mayor Beckstead, and enjoy your, as I say to all my clients who are municipal officers, I say if they are ever going out, congratulations on winning some free time back and getting some opportunity to do all the things that you probably deferred for 2 years. But your service is greatly appreciated.
Right. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Eric Anderson, and the subject is sound barriers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I also want to reinforce my thanks to this council and for what they accomplished over the last 2 years. I think it would be, it's worthy to note that. And aside from a variety of other, other controversies that have, been exposed, I think you should all be proud of what you did and what you're doing right now. Specifically, I want to thank you for all your efforts in the last campaign to get some sound barriers in this city. The dedication of Councilor Trace, Councilor Tabor, Councilor Huda, Councilor Kennedy, Mayor Beckstead, and Councilor McEachern went to a variety of public hearings and spoke so favorably in regards to the issue of why the city needs sound barriers. And although at the last council meeting there was a presentation of the barriers that were approved by the state DOT, it's still unfortunate that some of the areas that we had great concern for, the new Franklin School, were not accepted as a place that barriers should be. I think that's inappropriate from the state. I don't know what we can do between now and I think it's Wednesday is when they approve the 10-year plan. But I just want to thank you for all your efforts that you put forward in attending the variety of public hearings on that issue, and the fact that 2 of the sites were approved and they'll hopefully go forward. Again, thank you for all you've done. I appreciate it very much. We all do.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dave McDonald on appointments.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Dave McDonald, and I live here in Portsmouth at 28 Ball Street. And I'm here tonight to speak a little bit about appointments. This is kind of a leftover topic caught between administrations, but it's important. And there's a simple practical matter. The city's got to run, and it needs to be staffed, and it needs to have expertise available to run it. And that's what these appointments are about. A lot of people have said that the mayor should not appoint anyone because his term is about to be over. It's not over yet. It's not going to be over until it's over. And he is obliged by charter and ordinances to staff the city's structure so that it can operate, so that it can deliver the services that city people expect and deserve. And therefore, when there are vacancies, they need to be filled, and they need to be filled right then. So I applaud Mayor Beckstead for taking the position he's taken. Life goes on, the city must march on, and there will be appointments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christina Lusky, and it's on appointments.
Christina Lusky, 94 Odeon Point Road, Portsmouth. I also want to thank you for your service for the past 2 years. And on appointments, yes, I think you should make them. And in particular, I'm mentioning Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Mahana, who I know a little bit. There's no reason to deny these appointments. There is precedent for it. The previous outgoing council was resoundingly defeated and made appointments on their way out. There is no substantive reason to deny these appointments. Mr. Hewitt's background as an engineer will be helpful to our city, and Mr. Mahana's business experience and comfort level with numbers will be beneficial, as will his real estate background. So please vote for all of these appointments, particularly James Hewitt and Greg Mahana. They're both well qualified to be on the planning board. I know Paul Manley is here tonight. I see he's also up for something. I think he's also well qualified. So please vote for the appointments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Andrew Bagley, and skate park and public comments.
Hi, Andrew Bagley, 40 Chauncey Street. I just wanted to comment on the special meeting. I kind of assumed there would be public comment. I didn't need to text the mayor or call him, like it sounds like quite a few people did because he had to charge his phone. But I did attend quite a few of the McINTYRE meetings, and I knew when it said that the meeting might go into non-public. Generally speaking, there was public comment. Sometimes people spoke, sometimes I spoke, and then it went into non-public. So there was nothing of substance publicly happening in those meetings. So I wrongly assumed that that would be the case the other night, and I'm disappointed I wasn't here for that. Second, I wanted to speak about the skate park. I've been following that closely, and I just want to express my support for it. I think our kids have had a very, very difficult 2 years, and anything we could do to promote mental and athletic well-being for them is a great thing. So I'm glad to see that's on the agenda, and I just wanted to speak in support of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Claire Kittredge, and appointments and PFAS. I think it says liquids.
This won't be very different from the previous speakers. Claire Kittredge, 27 Franklin Street. I've lived here 41 years. I support the mayor's land use board appointments. It's his right by charter. There's no violation, no illegality, as has been widely suggested. Any suggestion otherwise sounds like something Mitch McConnell would say. I welcome land use board appointments aimed at moderating the city's headlong rush towards architectural and aesthetic mediocrity. It's something intelligent European cities don't do because they realize that beauty is profitable. Can't put a dollar figure on it, but it's profitable. Secondly, I am disgusted, like a previous speaker, with the treatment of this hardworking, well-meaning, departing city council, which has been accused now of everything, all kinds of terrible things. Now they're accused of being crooks. I find it disgusting, and we've all heard the expression sore losers. I think the supporters of the winners could now be called sore winners. Last, I support the specific PFAS testing that Councilor Whelan, I understand, wants for the athletic fields. Recently, for all its flaws, the Portsmouth Herald did a wonderful story about a pig from Rye called Ender, and the sad part of the who lives inside some people's house. The sad part of the story is that the pig belonged to a little boy who came down with a rare pediatric cancer and died of it, which is why Portsmouth is now in a pediatric cancer cluster. Why knowingly expose children to more carcinogens?
Thank you. Next up is Ted Jankowski and testing for PFAS.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I come to you tonight to appeal for testing for these fields. You know, we were told in this letter of October 25th, 2019 from Field Turf that there's no PFAS in our products. They're fluorine-free. We were told in February of 2020 at a work session from Weston and Sampson, told us, we will assure you we'll get you a PFAS-free field. We'll make sure that the specifications call for a PFAS-free field. Later, and when the city council voted for a synthetic field, they made the motion, actually Councilor McEachern made the motion, that the field be PFAS-free. That was and it was voted on unanimously by the city council. We finally heard at the November 17th meeting that, oh, by the way, there is PFAS in there. Oh, but don't worry, it's inert. It's PFAS that won't hurt. It's not a PFAS of concern. And just an hour before this meeting, we're told that, oh, by the way, we've got documentation from the manufacturer that shows that at least the little green blades have PFAS in it, but no explanation about the rest of the fields or the pad or the product or anything. It's time. It's time. We've got to get this tested by the three methods called for in this motion. We can't be led around by consultants and misinformation, and we've been lied to for quite some time now. And it's time to stop this. It's time to get the field tested. It's time to protect the health of our kids and put that at the top of the list. That's the most important thing. Let's get these tested. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jesse Court, and it's Portsmouth Skateboard Park.
Hello, my name is Jesse Court. I live 47 Taft Road, and I'm a member of the skate park committee. I'm 15 and a sophomore at Portsmouth High School. I've been skating since the age of 5, and I used to go to a skate park called Rye Airfield, which was recently torn down. When I first started to skate at Rye, I didn't have any friends that skated, and that quickly changed in a matter of months. We had a huge friend group that would skate at Rye Airfield almost every day, and we had so much fun. Once Rye closed, I saw less and less of the friends that I used to go with. With nowhere to skate in the area, the local skaters I met at Rye headed to the streets. But since the city doesn't like us to do that, we tried Greenleaf. Even with the recent changes, which we are very thankful for, it is not an ideal place to skate. It is a shared park with Operation Blessing, so it isn't always available, and the structures aren't very good. With COVID and indoor things to do limited, we really need a place to be where we are welcome. A new skate park in Portsmouth is just what we need to do this. Thanks.
Next up is Michelle Flynn. I'm sorry, it's on skate parks. Go ahead.
It's on skate parks. Jesse Court is a tough act to follow. My name is Michelle Flynn. I live at 301 Lincoln Ave, and I'm here to ask for the council's support for the building of the city of the skate park. My son John is active in the Blue Ribbon Committee. I want to thank everybody that was involved in that, led with Amy Court and Dave Cosgrove, who've put a Herculean effort. And you know, I think it's just something that we could do for the kids. It'll serve this generation and future generations, and frankly, there's a lot of older people that skate too. So anyway, thanks for all your support. And I also want to thank the council for your time and your volunteer. This is not an easy job, and I truly appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kathleen Somsich and Portsmouth.
Kathleen Somsich, 34 Sweat Avenue. The new incoming city council was duly elected by the people of Portsmouth to serve a 2-year term. We expect them to serve every bit of that term and not to slack off or shirk their duties in the last 2 months. 2 years ago, this city council also was elected to serve a 2-year term, and we don't want you to either slack off or shirk your duty for the next two months. So please vote on the land use board nominations. To the incoming council, I offer my sincere congratulations. To the outgoing councilor, my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Peter Somsich, and again, Portsmouth.
Thank you very much. Peter Somsich, 34 Sweat Avenue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and city councilors and city manager. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm a proud Democrat, lifelong Democrat. However, I'm also proud of the fact that I vote for people of all party persuasions, regardless of what party they represent, if I think they're the most competent candidates. And I'm proud to have vote for most of you on this council, and I applaud all of you for a good job done in light of the pandemic and in light of all the challenges you had to face. I'd like to also defend a little bit the New Hampshire Democratic Party. I want to emphasize the fact that no official Democratic entity in New Hampshire is allowed to endorse anybody politically in local elections. It's against New Hampshire Democratic rules. And the only one who might do that is a group that is not officially affiliated, but just calls themselves maybe Progressive Democrats or whatever. Official Democratic institutions do not and are not allowed to do this and have been reprimanded if they ever do. So it was not any doing of theirs that might have caused some people to be upset with that. But I want to again congratulate you for the good job you did in the past 2 years, and I want to ask you to do your job until the very last day you're in office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then I've got one, is it Brian? Pearson, there you go. I couldn't quite make out the last name. Apologize.
Haven't used a pen in a long time.
Nope, that's fine.
Thank you. Brian Pearson, Lincoln Avenue. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. First of all, I want to say congratulations on the good work you have all done on the People's Plan for the McINTYRE building. It is a better visual plan and one that should be vetted for cost and constructability. I think it's a good plan. Clearly, you brought to the citizens the fact that this project needs to be a timeless, beautiful stamp on Portsmouth's history. So I'm all for that. However, the vote to dissolve the partnership with Redgate Kane should be ignored and dismissed by the new council, as it was clearly done in bad faith and with murky justification. Mostly, it will be costly to the taxpayer, and really it adds no value whatsoever. Let's move on. Let's make this plan work. The next council has two key components, a beautiful plan and a plan that has 5 good money-making opportunities for the city. Move it forward. Let's go. However, the vote to dissolve the partnership with Redgate should be ignored. In that order, Robert's Rules of Orders on special meetings, which were updated and adopted by this council on January 8th, 2020, clearly state that only matters set forth in the notice of the meeting shall be discussed and or acted upon. This did not happen. The meeting notice did not say that the action would be taken, yet action was taken anyway to dissolve the partnership. Second, I, like others, take issue with the conduct of the outgoing mayor and council regarding lame duck appointments. 14 lame duck appointments overall, 7 of them to land use boards. City Ordinance Section 1.303 says about planning board members, the term of each appointed member shall be 3 years. The mayor shall apportion appointments so that no more than 3 appointments occur annually. Mayor Beckstead is bringing forward 5 names just this month. In spite of all this, if these new appointments are moved forward tonight, I do hope that the mayor-elect and new council sees this for what it is, another bad faith decision that does not resemble the will of the people and is a violation of our city's own policies. I hope you will take necessary steps to dissolve these appointments as your first order of business in 2022. Thank you very much.
Next up is Gerald Duffy and Portsmouth.
Gerald Duffy, 428 Pleasant Street. Mr. Mayor, councillors, I sent the city clerk a list with the names of 77 registered voters who asked the council to refrain from conducting any consequential business during the remainder of the term. especially appointments. Leaving it instead to the incoming council, you can add another dozen names to that since I checked about a half hour ago. So almost of 100 people asking you to refrain. 2 years ago, the mayor-elect asked outgoing Mayor Blaylock to hold off on any appointments. Mayor Blaylock had on his agenda the reappointment of 2 long-serving and experienced members of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, Arthur Parrott and John Formella. These were routine reappointments that recognized volunteer service and extended it for another term. They were not part of a personal political agenda on the part of the mayor. The mayor-elect made his case at 2 council meetings. In addition, a dozen of his supporters, some of them are here tonight, wrote letters saying that deferring appointments was the right thing to do. The mayor-elect mentioned his impressive election victory as another reason for holding off. Now, 2 years later, with a significant number of new land use board appointments on tonight's agenda, the mayor insists on pressing ahead. So why isn't deferring appointments not the right thing to do this time around? The mayor said he's going ahead because that's what Mayor Blaylock did 2 years ago. It's a kind of a tit-for-tat rationale. But the key difference this time is that our current mayor has politicized the makeup of land use boards. We have to give him credit. He's been completely transparent all along about his ambition to populate land use boards with only volunteers who share his views about the future of Portsmouth. He also said that his most important task now is to keep promises he made. The only promise I care about, and I think most voters care about, is the oath the mayor took to serve all the residents of Portsmouth. The mayor's appointments bring with them the likelihood of taxpayer burden. Land use board decisions are more likely to be challenged and litigation ensue. In fact, one of his appointees is already involved in 2 lawsuits against the city. And 2 weeks ago, the mayor's decision to terminate our development agreement for the McINTYRE project started the meter running at our outside council to the tune of $675 an hour. Worst of all, the mayor has ignored the Portsmouth voters who just voiced overwhelming disapproval of this council's governance. If he ever mentions listening to the residents again, it will seem like a joke. I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell of changing the mayor's mind, but maybe a councillor will step up. The alternative will be a legacy of thwarting the will of the people of Portsmouth. In a democracy, that's a serious dereliction of duty, and I really hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve DeTrolli. And it's Skate Park.
Yep, Steve DeTrolio, 54 Taft Road. Good evening, Council, City Manager. In a few moments, you're going to hear a presentation from the Skate Park Committee, whom I'd like to thank for their hard work. At this time, I'd like to remind the Council that this project began with the unanimous vote of support by the members of the Council and a broad coalition of public support. The reason I want to remind you of this is because a lot of times when these projects go from the beginning, they're just vague ideas, and when these vague ideas become hammered into concrete details, they come along with price tags. And that is when there's a tendency for second guessing and backpedaling and that sort of thing. On the agenda tonight, item 13E, Councilor Kennedy is set to make a motion to allocate funds for this project. I want to urge the Council's steadfast support for this project and support this motion. Build it once, build it right. It will pay dividends to the city in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. You have one, and Sean McDonald. He's a Rye resident, but I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. I live in Rye now, but I grew up on Wybird Street, skating these streets in the 80s. It was my life back then, so I just wanted to stand up and say that I support giving the kids like Jesse a place to skate. I only wish I were 30 years younger.
We all do. Actually, the mask and I recognize from childhood encounters. So thank you very much for that. Next up is Nancy Brown, City Council Respect. Skip the page, right?
Thank you for being here, and thank you for letting us speak tonight. I'm here tonight to share my gratitude and respect for our city council, all of you. And I truly believe during these past 2 years, folks, that you have cared about our city, our citizens, and worked best that you could, improving what was necessary and what was possible with the time and the effort and care, all that you did, especially during this difficult pandemic time, COVID pandemic time. I can't imagine what it was like to go through and how many times you had to do it on Zoom and you couldn't be open to the public. Leadership prevailed in many ways, and I know that because I've spoken with many people, and there were possible changes and improvements that were made, such as responsible budgets, not increasing our taxes, thank you, working with the people about plans for the McINTYRE building. I've been in 4 different groups trying to figure out what to do with the McINTYRE building, and at some point we're going to get the building taken care of, folks. I believe it. And it should be based on what the people want, not what the developers want. And I believe that we also need to deal with, and my neighbor here has already said we need to open up more group discussions and community involvement in affordable housing, and also maybe put a moratorium on all the overdevelopment. It's becoming piggy Portsmouth in many ways because it's monstrosities everywhere. May we continue to focus on all of these issues that we face, and I'm saying that for all the new council members coming in, and I also want us to try and come together. No matter how negative you have heard things, folks, let it go. Take a deep breath, just let it go, and let's think about stopping being negative and stop with all the divisions that we have. Our country's so divided. Why are we so divided as a community? We don't have to do that, So much is going on in our country right now to try and bring people together. We certainly can do this in our community. So let's come together and let there maybe be some compassion and equanimity. I'm sure that you folks have that. Let's focus on the major issues that we have to do. And I think what's important for me when I get totally frustrated or anxious about everything that's been going on the last couple of years, I'll stop and try and take a deep breath, and I'll just listen to what people have to say. Even though I want to say, I don't agree with you at all, I will listen. I finally understand how important that is. My family, my neighbors, what you folks had to say, what some of the new candidates had to say that I didn't agree with that got elected. I thank you for all the work that you did. Let's keep our community in balance and equanimity and continue to serve the people. Thank you very much, Mayor Beckstead, and all of you. I honor you.
Thank you. Next up is Vinny Amico, and it's on skate parks.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Vinny Amico, and I live at 187 Grant Ave. I would like you to approve the skate park because I really love skateboarding, and I think other kids would love it too. I have a lot of energy, and I like to play outside. Skateboarding makes me feel good. I also like it when older kids teach me new tricks. It's fun to watch them skate because they can do way harder tricks than I can because I'm not good. And can you please approve adding a pump track to the skate park? They're very fun. I have tried one before, and that will help other kids like me learn to skateboard better. Please approve the money for the skate park so other kids can learn to skate and love it just as much as me. Thank you for your time.
you very much for that, Vinny. Next up is Andrea Amico, and turf and PFAS and skate park.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Amico. I live at 187 Grant Ave. I'm here to support two motions. The first is for the skate park. Please approve the motion. There is a need and a strong desire in a time where our kids and adults really need outdoor programs. This is an excellent opportunity to make this project a priority and act with a sense of urgency. There are physical, mental, and emotional benefits to having the skate park. I'm certainly realizing that with my own son, who has a lot of energy and really loves to get out there and just skate and feel free and feel the wind whipping in his hair. So it's really a good benefit for our children. And I think Vinny said it best. The little kids will learn from the big kids, and features like the pump track will make younger kids, give them the opportunity to learn and grow their skills. And I like that because I have a 4, almost 5-year-old who also is interested in skating and tries her best. I also appreciate the recommendation for a natural grass field at the skate park, because that leads me to my second motion that I'm here to speak to. I also want to ask that you please support the motion for more expansive PFAS testing. It's critically important. The city council voted for a PFAS-free field, not a partially PFAS-free field, not a sort of PFAS-free field. And it seems now we know there is PFAS in the turf. It's not PFAS-free, despite the manufacturer writing a letter saying their product was PFAS and fluorine-free. The turf discussion is a complex issue, but from my viewpoint, the next step is more expansive testing to identify what PFAS are in the turf, so we can then determine, is it toxic, is it inert, and is it leaching into our environment? Please approve the motion for more expansive testing so we can progress the conversation on what is in our turf and how it may impact our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Arthur Clow, and appointments.
Good evening to the council. Arthur Clow, 431 Pleasant Street. On February 5th, 2018, the prior council voted to put Jeffrey Kiesel and Jay Ludick on the planning board. Then in December, as full-time members. Then in December, they voted for Dexter Legg and Elizabeth Moreau to be put in as full-time planning board members. That's 4. You had a speaker here earlier who was complaining about our mayor appointing 3 full-time members. And it was his wife. His wife was one of the people who voted for that. And as she left office, and as on that night, she spoke up. And she said, I was elected in 2017 for 2 years, and I intend to fill out my entire 2 full years, as you will want to at the end of your 2 full years. So this whole hubbub about the mayor making appointments was necessitated because we had a custom where the mayor would kind of let the votes go forward into the next year. But Blaylock said that it would be a dereliction of duty if he didn't appoint people. And he said it was just political on Rick's behalf. So elections that are nasty, paid for by deep pockets that don't all get reported, yeah, they can win. But they don't get to buy a planning board that they want to be favorable to developers. Because I've watched some of the appointees from Jack Blaylock's era, where instead of taking the provisions that the ordinance had to pass by, the land had to pass by, and saying it's a good project, it's more good than bad, not really following the criteria. There are intelligent community members that are up for appointment tonight. I hope that this council will, in unanimity, vote these good people onto land use boards, because the land use boards are not thrones. And reappointments are appointments, because you don't get to stick around forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Paul Mantle and Skate Park.
Mayor Blaylock, City Council and staff, good evening. Paul Mantle, 1490 Islington Street.
Said Blaylock.
Oh,
That's okay.
Freudian slip.
I won't hold it against you.
I forgot to edit it. Let me redo this. Mayor Beckstead, City Council and staff, good evening. Paul Mantle, 1490 Islington Street. Thank you for all the work that you do. First, I fully support the funding of the proposed skateboard park at the Route 33 location, also known as the Stump Dump. I would also thank the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Skateboard Park Committee for all their hard work and presentations to the public to get us this far. Please vote to fund this truly wonderful addition to the city. Second, I also fully support unsealing the non-public minutes of this City Council meetings with legal counsel on the McINTYRE. This should be a no-brainer, a unanimous vote, especially for those who scream transparency as their dog whistle. This council met with the legal counsel several times before the 11/18 special meeting requested by Michael Caine, and after Michael Caine reinstituted his lawsuit against the city. As far as all the outrage I've read since that meeting, it's embarrassing. Embarrassing because of the epidemic of selective dementia and memory loss regarding the McINTYRE and of litigation in general. What part of "we are already being sued" is too difficult to understand? Why would anyone assume Michael Caine would win? He's already 0-2 against the city in lawsuits. 2 words: Jim Boyle. Mr. Boyle was already 14-0 against the city in court with a $3 million judgment. Where were all these outraged folks then? And lastly, follow the charter. It's the mayor's prerogative to bring forth nominations to the council for board, commission, and committee appointments. Honor it. If you feel something is amiss or uncomfortable, then file your right to know requests or ethics complaint rather than yapping about it incessantly. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a few hands on Zoom.
First up is Diana Carpignon.
Good evening, Mayor Beckstead and Council. My name's Diana Carpinoni. I live in Dover on Governor Sawyer Lane. I'm a board member of Non-Toxic Portsmouth and the parent of a high school freshman who loves to play soccer. I request that you pass the motion to conduct further independent testing on the new synthetic turf field components to look for the presence of the PFAS family of chemicals. As a community with an already significant burden from PFAS contamination, we cannot allow another point source of this pollution to add more forever chemicals into the environment, exposing the children who play on the field and the community at large. Industry consultants claim that the PFAS polymers, like PVDF, are safe and there's nothing to worry about. But information from scientific journals and expert academics that has been shared with the council shows that UV light breaks down some of the bonds of the PFAS polymers, which we know are in the field. This allows the PFAS to be released into our environment. Every additional bit of exposure adds up, no matter how small. It's absolutely necessary for the council to vote to conduct more testing to identify what PFAS are in the field, to begin to hold all the responsible parties financially accountable on behalf of taxpayers. You voted unanimously for a PFAS-free field, so you must vote unanimously to ensure that we got what we paid for. The consultants and manufacturers who made the promise to us should be asked to pay for any associated costs. I'd like to also state for the record that the staff never held the meeting with Ted Jankowski, Andrea Amico, Councilor McEachern, and others that the assistant mayor asked for at the end of the November 17th work session. Please, no more delays. It's time to act on this matter. Once again, I urge you to vote in support of the motion for testing sponsored by Councilor Whelan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Elizabeth Barrett.
Hi there, Elizabeth Barrett, One Freedom Circle.
First, let me say I support the skate park, and nice job, Vinny. Hope you can show Braden your skills at the park someday. And nice job to all the kids there tonight, and please don't let this be your last public comment. I'm calling tonight because I'm disappointed that such great things are happening on tonight's agenda, like the skate park presentation and the bonding of community campus, and they're now being overshadowed by the council's unethical actions. I'm calling because I'm concerned that the council is retaliating toward the electorate for not re-electing them. I'm concerned that the council is circumventing our manager-council form of government in many ways, including submitting their own RFP for the McINTYRE in tonight's agenda, which my understanding was not drafted by the city manager or anyone at City Hall, and could have, in fact, been drafted or edited by the same people that would likely submit proposals themselves. I'm concerned that the mayor is putting forth more than his 3 allotted appointments per board annually. I'm concerned that the mayor has chosen appointments who could be potential liabilities to the city, like Greg Mahana, who stated publicly that he believed the COVID vaccine was fake, instead of reappointing experienced, respectable community members like Dexter Legg and Colby Gamester. I'm concerned that Mayor Beckstead is putting forth new appointments and 14 appointments total, when previously, 2 years ago, he was up in arms about Mayor Blaylock putting forth only a handful of reappointments. And I'm concerned that almost 100 members of our community have signed a petition and numerous emails were submitted asking the mayor and council to not move forward with these appointments. I'm concerned that this council has been conducting business, creating a quorum, and coming to meetings with decisions made and not deliberating public like RSA 91A2 requires. I'm concerned that the council is moving forward with the RFP process with McINTYRE Building against advice of council and hired outside counsel. I'm concerned that outside counsel will cost the city thousands of dollars at close to $700 per hour in legal fees. I'm concerned that that Manager Conrad has asked for $75,000 tonight for legal fees alone. I'm concerned that the special meeting where the council moved and voted to cancel the contract with Redgate Kane was held in violation of Rule 2 and RSA 91A2. And I'm concerned that the council is violating the city charter section 7.3 in creating excessive expenditures for the city without having funds appropriated. I never heard back from Attorney Sullivan when I called before Thanksgiving and left a message asking him to call me regarding these ethics concerns. I ask that you all have a conscience tonight to move forward with the skate park for the kids and the community campus and stop moving forward with any action that would create liability for the city and liability for you individually. I'd like to have more funds available for our schools next year, not litigation that could be avoided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Catherine Cosgrove.
Hi, it's actually Lily Cosgrove.
Hi, my name is Lily Cosgrove. I live at 174 Echo Ave, and I'm a student at New Franklin in 5th grade, and I'm super excited about the skateboard park. This past Saturday, I was in the parade skateboarding with my dad, and we had so much fun. I've always wanted a park like this, and I'm really excited to have fun, meet new people, and learn more from this park. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Anna Nuttall.
Hi, I just wanted to speak on the skateboard park. I live in Dover. I teach in Portsmouth. I've taught in the Portsmouth schools for 22 years. And honestly, for all 22 of those years, I've had kids talking about a skate park. So I'm very excited that this is finally moving as close as it's ever gotten to really happening. I can't think of a time, in those last 22 years that we need this more for an outdoor gathering space, not only for skateboarding, but the mental and health benefits that come with that, especially teaching at the middle school. kids need a million ways to express themselves, and physically is one of those, and it's so important, especially as we see anxiety and other things on the rise in some really serious ways. So I really can't think of a better time to make this project happen. I see the outdoor setting being a need for community gathering in the years to come, more than ever in the past. So I really hope that this initiative moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Melissa Paley.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me a moment to speak. I'm Melissa Paley, the Great Bay Piscataqua Waterkeeper with Conservation Law Foundation. I have an office at Kerry Cottage on Little Harbor Road. I just want to echo support for the council to move ahead with testing of the turf field. And I believe that Councilor Whelan will be bringing a motion forward. There's a lot of expertise and knowledge that the non-toxic Portsmouth folks have gathered, and that's gone into informing what to test for and how to test. And I think it's time to move ahead, get that done, so that we can be assured that if in fact there is no PFAS, that's great. But if there is, then we'll have more information to make other decisions. So I urge you to move ahead with Councilor Whelan's motion when you get to that part of the agenda. Thanks again.
Great. Thank you very much.
Next is Kristen Mello.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you again. My name is Kristen Mello. I'm the director and co-founder of RAFT in Westfield, Massachusetts. I have a chemistry degree, a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and Master's of Science in Analytical Chemistry. I'm a member of the American Chemical Society in both the analytical and fluorine chemistry divisions. Originally, I was going to speak with you tonight with written documentation about why you got a set of notes from me instead of a full letter on pages 147 through 149 of your packet. I thought we were going to be sharing those notes in a meeting. That never happened. So that's why you got them in note format. And essentially, those notes are there to tell you that, one, you don't need regulatory testing. You just need scientific testing that's verifiable in court. Number two, you need to shine a UV light on these samples if they're brand new. And the reason that you do is because after our meeting last time, we were trying to find out, and this is all documented in an email from November 21st, we were trying to find out what solvents would dissolve the PVDF if it was not dissolvable in water. And when we looked that up, we found a review from 2021 that stated that when the PVDF, and this includes PVDF HFP, when you expose that to UV oxidation, UV radiation, sunlight, right, it can cause the PVDF backbone of this polymer to break down. And when it turns into radicals, it becomes available to water and the environment. And that may explain the difference between brand new testing of brand new materials and testing of materials that were installed previously. It also goes forward to explain why the top assay would break down the PVDF as well. And that's all documented in an email to you from November 21st. The information we got tonight actually confirms the email that I sent you from November 21st. In the information from 3M itself, section 10.5 says that strong oxidizing agents are incompatible with the PVDF. Section 10.6 explains the hazardous decomposition products, which I warned you about in terms of the end of life of this equipment, that extreme heat can generate hydrofluoric acid, carbonyl fluoride, formaldehyde, toxic vapors, gas, and particulates. And Section 13.1 instructs the user to dispose of waste of this product in a permitted industrial waste facility. You don't want it in your water. And unless you are installing this on the dark side of the moon, it's going to get UV radiation. So my recommendation for you tonight is to first expose it to UV radiation. That means put the samples under a lamp and let them sit there a while. And then you leach it into water, the SPLP protocol everybody knows about. and then run non-targeted analysis on the water you get, and a top assay on the water you get. So first you shine the light, then you get the water off it, and then you test the water both ways. That's my recommendation, and you now have everything in your public record to prove that you knew it was likely there was PFAS in this field leaching into your water. So I please hope you do the right thing and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. See any other hands on social media? Is there anybody else that missed sign up that would like to go and speak? Just ask that you give your name and your address.
Hi, Rich Blaylock, 922 Greenland Road, Councilor-elect. I'm also on the City Rec Board and the Skateboard Committee. I just wanted to speak in favor of the skate park. The kids, for the mental health. I know I grew up on Greenleaf Ave. That was better than nothing, but it's time that we do the right thing and build a real skate park. I want to thank Jesse, Vinny, and Lily all for speaking. And I know there's a lot of other kids in town that are really excited about this skate park. So I just wanted to support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Sue Polidora, I did write in my name on the list, but I think when I turn the page, it's probably on the very last page.
It very well may be, but go ahead, please.
Sue Polidora, 245 Middle Street. I would like to encourage the vote tonight for the different appointments. And I am very concerned about articles that have appeared casting a doubt on the reason why you are making those appointments, kind of trying to put a dark cloud over those people coming in. And I've heard some comments, even encouraging the next council to reverse the vote. With all of the comments and all of the information that is going around about what happened in this past election regarding big money being behind those elections to get the right number and get the right people, wouldn't that pretty much corroborate the fact that that happened if the next council all of a sudden undoes everything this council is doing? We're going to be looking at that. We're going to be watching. And I have to say, if there is any illegalities, there is one person sitting over there that knows the charter, that knows the bylaws, that knows everything about the town. If he doesn't say that it's illegal, then it is legal. So let's just have the vote and let's stop it with this. You know, you're the mayor until the very end of the year. You want to make these appointments. I can see why you're making them. The cases that I have, the comments that I have seen, especially from someone that just spoke over the Zoom, calling one of the people being Craig Mahana because he made some appointments or he made some comments regarding the vaccine. That is so ludicrous in itself that anybody would consider taking a well-qualified candidate like that and putting him aside because of a comment he made of a personal nature that is totally unrelated to what he's going to be doing on the boards. So I will encourage you to please vote for these candidates that are presented before you tonight. And I thank you so very much for the work that the current council has done. And I look forward to working with the next council as well. I'm planning to be very engaged. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Zelita Morgan, Richards Avenue. I would like to start by thanking for the work you do. And it was wonderful to see the kids here speaking and letting our community listen to them. And I want to remind everyone that there was an attempt to actually get away with the space, where other people, other kids, will not actually listen to you, or you wouldn't be talking directly to all of this body. Mayor Beckstead, you brought this back to our community. This is democracy. This is a community. Thank you so much. We have heard so many other great things that you all have done, let's start by leading this community through an incredible, difficult time, a worldwide pandemic. Recognize the difficulties of our community, financially and otherwise, working for a budget that brought no impact to staff or cutting services. I commend you for that. I commend you for your courage and for your leadership on that. Because you thought of the generation, future generations. Councilor Kennedy, you work with these kids on the park, and many of you did as well. You know, Councilor Whelan, your work on the McINTYRE for the people, I am with that. You know, I don't know, I grew up in a different place. I want to say that with regards to the nominations, there's absolutely no place to question the legitimacy of our mayor to nominate and carry over nominations. Any attempt to do that is really an attempt to change a process, a democratic process. And that, in my growing up, is called a dictatorship. So yes, you didn't grow up in a dictatorship. You didn't see helicopters hovering over people, students, going out and fight for democracy, for their right to vote, because they could not vote. We can vote here. Let's honor our vote. Let's be decent. Let's bring decency back into our civic conversations. What I hear online and I see is despicable. Let's stop it. We are a community. And I hear absolutely discouraging behaviors from former councilors. You have a responsibility with this community. What are you doing? Showing what role model are you doing for the future generations? So Mayor Beckstead, thank you. Go forward with the nominations. And I stand here for democracy, and thank you so very much for everything you have done. Thank you.
Spoken yet.
May I just say, Mr. Mayor, if you indulge me 10 seconds, there are a number of people here who didn't get up and sign up to speak, but would like to express their appreciation to all the councilors here. So I'd like to ask them to stand up if they could. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. We had somebody else?
We have one name, Sergio Bonilla.
Hello, how are you? Thank you for hearing me. I'm calling in to fully support the skate park and ask that the council support the park and advocate for the organizers, both Dave Cosgrove and Amy Taylor Court, and their support group, because there's nothing better than outdoor recreational activities in the community space as public space, as there's such good opportunities for mental health improvement and for maintenance, and also as sanctuaries for ambitious kids that may or may not feel, to quote Dave, compromised or marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that's here in the room that did not speak? Go ahead.
I'm John Flynn, and I live on 301 Lincoln Ave. And I just wanted to say that I've been skateboarding since I was like 7, and I would really appreciate it if we could get this skate park, this whole thing passed by the committee and the council, because I think it would really benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to try and wrap up. I want to make sure everybody that hasn't been able to go and speak so we can continue on with the rest of the meeting. Anyone at all? Ms. Palladora, you had just a quick.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to remind all of us and everybody watching that December 7, 1941, we have spoken tonight regarding the Purple Heart. Not too many people know what happened December 7, 1941 anymore, particularly our kids in school. That was a very important date and a change that changed the United States of America. And we need to remind people that that was the date that changed everything. We need to find out, we need to make sure that they know what happened to make that change. December 7, 1941, it was the worst attack in the United States up until that time that forced us into World War II. So I want to just bring up that piece of information. It goes well with the Purple Heart ceremonies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public comment.
Your Honor, can I make?
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to, given the kids so they can go to bed and get their schoolwork done, that we bring up E1, the skateboard park presentation, and motion.
Second. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.
So I'd like to, at this time, invite Amy and Dave to come and do the presentation that they have worked so hard on. Amy and Dave were the chair of our committee for the skateboard park, and they've gone way beyond the call of duty to present and be really great participants.
Well, yeah, I don't think we've gone way beyond the call of duty because we feel like this is a really important issue. So, but thank you, Esther, very much. My name is Amy Maycourt. I live at 47 Taft Road, and I'm co-chair of the Skateboard Park Committee along with Dave, who's also going to be my co-presenter. And on April, we were formed as a committee by Mayor Beckstead, and we wanted to just do a presentation for you so we can show you what we've been up to. We have the results of the feasibility study from Pillar. That's what Dave is going to speak to. But I'm just doing a little bit before that. So firstly, I want to thank all of you before the end of this session. One of the reasons why we wanted to present is because you, all of you up here in front of me, are the people who voted unanimously for this skateboard park. And we really, really appreciate it. The community really appreciates it, and all the kids do. So thank you so much. And a special thank you to Esther for leading this movement, along with Seamus Durkin and Oliver Seavey. They were the Portsmouth High School students that came to Esther, and Esther saw the need and moved it forward. So thank you very much for that. Next slide, please. So this is the outline. Next slide. So who we are, we're a pretty eclectic group of people of all ages. Seamus and Oliver had to leave to go to college. So we brought on Jesse Court and John Flynn. And we have me and Dave and Chris Rice, Richard Duddy, who's on the rec board, Richard Blaylock, who's counselor-elect, Eric Goodrich, Henry Purple, and Esther Kennedy, our counselor liaison. We meet very regularly, a couple times a month, often with Todd Henley and Peter Rice in attendance to answer any of our questions. And it's been a great honor to work with them. This is a first-time thing for me, and I've loved getting to know all of the processes that go on with the city, and they've been super helpful. So next slide, please. I wanted to give you all some historical context because some people might not know what's been going on in the skateboard community for the past 20 years, and I'm going to start with 1999. I know that this is not going to be a long historical timeline, even though it starts a couple decades ago. So in 1999, one of our members of the committee, Rich Duddy, led the movement back then to get a skateboard park because kids were getting in trouble for skating downtown and needed a place to go. They were getting their boards taken away, and it was just a mess. So they found a spot over where it is now on off of Greenleaf Road. And it was a park. While it was much needed and much appreciated, never built to last. The materials weren't built to last, and so in a sense, it was an interim park. And while it was great, it needed more upkeep, and it's just been crumbling ever since. So in 2006, another one of our committee members, Chris Rice, he, along with Esther, tried to get a skateboard park built. And because there was nowhere to skate, again, same old story. And it didn't go through, unfortunately, in 2006. And so a DIY park emerged, which some of you might know by its famous name that I'm not going to say in council chambers. We'll just call it DIY Park. And it was behind the Button Factory Studios. And actually, one of the people who donated a necklace to our fundraiser, she was their neighbor. She's been had a workshop, Megan Seltzer, at the Button Factory, and she told me that she loved being their neighbors, that they took care of the park so well. Watching them skate and seeing them create was one of the best parts of her day, besides doing her jewelry making. And that park flourished for a while until, unfortunately, had to be torn down, as we all know, because there were condos built. And since then, Rye Airfield has closed. COVID happened, and sports went outside. And that's why we've had this big push today. And the rest of the timeline kind of speaks for itself. Our pillar of public input session we had right here in this room. Some of you were there, and thank you for coming, for those who came. And it was a great meeting with a lot of community members telling us what they want from this park. And we got so many good ideas from them. And that's it for now. So here we are tonight. That's the end of the timeline. So next slide, please. Actually, before I leave the time, you can keep it on this slide, but before I leave that topic, I just want to say, as you could see, starting in 1999, this is not a new need. This is a need that's been around for over 2 decades. So while it appears that it's new and recent, it really isn't. This community, the action sports community in general, has been waiting for this for a very, very long time. It's not just another structure that we're building in the city. It's an investment in our kids, and it's an investment in this community, and people will come to this from all over. It'll put us on the map as far as skateboard parks. If you don't know about skateboarding very much, there's groups of people that travel the country to different skateboard parks. They stay in the hotels, they eat at the restaurants, and it puts us on that map. And skateboarding is only getting more and more popular with it in the Olympics. And so approving money, funding for this is, I think, is really important. So our major accomplishments, I talked about the pillar session. My personal favorite thing that we do is we get in touch with the community, and we've done the Christmas parade, the Halloween parade. We were at Family Fun Fest. It was so great to see all the kids' eyes light up when at the possibility of winning a skateboard, and the young families that were there were so interested in knowing more and more about the skate park. Next slide, please. Oh, one more thing, actually. Eric Goodrich, who's here on our community, he did some educational clinics over at the Greenleaf Park, and taught some kids how to take apart a skateboard. And see, these are all things that we could do in a skate park. It would be a great recreational opportunity for camps and for clinics. And I just wanted to mention that. So next slide, please. So far, we've raised $7,500, and we haven't even done any serious fundraising. I would like to point out our major cash donations from the Blaylock family, from Brenna Jennings and Steve DiTrolio, who spoke earlier. We also had a big donation recently that I don't know if it's gone through yet, but a check was made out by a friend of Ian, who is the owner of Voyager, just a friend of his. I don't even know who he is, and I don't even think he lives around here, and he donated. We have a lot of people who are helping us fundraise from California and all over the country. We had a Halloween-themed auction. Next slide, please. These are some of the artwork. This is some of the artwork that was involved in that auction. I think we raised over $1,000, around $1,700 in that, and that's all that was in it. And we have so many more things to auction off. Hopefully that will be in the spring. So we're really doing our due diligence to try our best to raise as much money as possible to help fund this. And we know it's a lot of money, and we're going to try our best to do everything we can to help. And next slide, please. These are some more boards. So thank you to Eric Moore at the high school. Rich Duddy actually got in touch with Eric Moore, and the Portsmouth High School art students are going to be donating to our fundraisers. Look at these beautiful boards by these. We have so many talented high school students. It just blows my mind. And so those are going to be at our spring fundraiser. Hopefully it's not, we don't have it set in stone yet, but we have a lot of stuff to auction off. And I think I am done, and I'm going to hand the mic over to Dave. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be here tonight. The mayor and others on the council reached out to me almost a year ago to help lead the charge with Esther and Amy and Chris Rice and others on the committee. So I truly appreciate this historic opportunity. It's been a couple of decades at least in the making. So thank you. Just to set the stage for the feasibility. Yep, sorry about that. Didn't realize. How about that? Yeah. All right, there we go. So let me step back. As Amy mentioned, I'm the co-chair of the committee. I'm also a resident with a daughter who is sweet enough to call in tonight. I really appreciate it. She genuinely wants to learn how to skateboard and is really looking forward to other young girls and young women being there. As you probably saw if you watched the Olympics, in a second you're going to see some images of that stem from the feasibility study that we enlisted Pillar Design Studios to perform. I'm in no way affiliated with Pillar Design Studios, but we chose Pillar for a number of reasons. They have a very strong portfolio of skate parks throughout the country and even the world for that matter. And in particular, they have experience with park development, design in cold weather climates such as ours. So they're a unique set of skills that are required to construct a recreational park like this. Why don't we jump into the images? And so what was asked of us in the motion that passed several months back was not just to look at the skate park, but to look holistically at the parcel, at the stump dump parcel. So as you can see here, there are images of different elements ranging from an outdoor playground, the parking lot, potentially having a soccer field, design elements associated with the skate park ranging from advanced features like a skate park bowl to the core park itself, which is a mix of street and transitional elements, as well as a pump track. So this is really a reference guide or a document that we can refer to. Frankly, as you'll see shortly, it would be very expensive to build it all at once. So that's in part why a master plan is developed to potentially introduce these elements in phases. And I'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial view of the stump dump parcel with, as you can see on your right-hand side, that would be Route 33. So the park is positioned very close to Route 33. For those who watch the Olympics, you'll see that some of these design features are very similar, staircases, rails, banks. There's the kidney-shaped bowl in the bottom left corner. and we'll eventually kind of zoom in. This is a top-down view. But I think it's important to stress that this is a park that we're presenting to you tonight that can accommodate the needs of people like young kids like Vinny Amico to John and Jesse, all the way up to even more advanced skateboarders. And not just skateboarders, but other modalities as well, such as kids that are interested in riding scooters and BMX bikes. So this is a very inclusive plan. As Amy mentioned, we had Pillar Design Studios here. We had a really lively discussion. It's one of those rare meetings where I think just about everybody in the room, and we probably had close to 100 people, most of them actually spoke and shared their thoughts. And we've incorporated that feedback to come up with what you're looking at here. Next slide, please. This is another aerial view just from a different perspective. You can see, for those of you who are familiar with that parcel, there isn't much in the way of screening. So ideally we would have, trees and the shading structure that you see there in the center of the core park itself. Next slide, please. This is more of an immersive view or a lower vantage point looking out. For those with a keen eye, you can see sort of a volcanic looking structure right in the center of the screen. That's a design element that was a nod to the stump dump and its heritage. So it sort of looks like a concrete stump. Again, just this is a world-class park that again incorporates design elements that will satisfy a wide range of constituents and incorporate the feedback that we've heard from so many of our residents. Next slide. This is one more perspective we wanted to share with you. You can take a great look at the kidney-shaped design pool that typically more advanced riders would ride, but this just highlights sort of the wide range of design features that we're sharing with you tonight. And then one final slide, I believe, or image I can show you. So this is for those who might not know, this is a pump track. A couple of people have referred to it. It certainly can be ridden by skateboards as well as bikes and scooters. The committee generally felt if we were to build something like this, it would be wise to have it connected, but a bit separate from the core park itself. Often there are people that are very interested in this type of feature, but not necessarily interested or able to skate the core park itself. So again, this is just stressing the wide range of unique features. One thing that just occurred to me too is when the owner of Pillar was here, Brad, he pointed out, for those who might not know, they've been asked to design and build the Dover skate park. And he pointed out to us that it's really important not to repeat features that are available at that park. So he and his fellow designers have really done a great job of differentiating our park from Dover and potentially other parks in the area. And some of us feel that, in particular, the pump track is one of those features that really isn't offered in the local area. You have to drive all the way down to Alston or I believe Gore, Maine. So it would be great to have. Next slide, please. So now for the sticker shock. I admittedly was a bit surprised by the bottom line, but this represents the total received by Pillar Design Studios for the entire master plan, not for any particular phase. This would be, frankly, a complete build out with what I would consider gold plating, to be quite candid. There are things like digital scoreboards that are incorporated into this, a concrete walkway, but for the most part, this is the price that it really would take, given inflationary pressures, labor wages where they are. Ideally, this would have been built pre-COVID at a lower cost, but we are where we are, and let's just look forward and do the best we can. So not surprisingly, when the committee and some of the city officials saw this bottom line total, we immediately felt compelled to think about this in terms of a phased plan, phased approach. So let me jump to the next slide, please. And with respect to the phase one, I'll share the numbers, the financials with you in a second, in particular the opinion of probable cost breakdown. I do need to point out that these figures don't represent a formal bid from Pillar. We asked them to be our design partners to come up with a plan that perhaps ultimately their build side of the business, artists and skate parks, will build. But this isn't a bid. This is their best estimate or opinion of cost for the different elements that I just shared with you. And I should have mentioned earlier, phase one, it consists of those skate park elements plus a natural turf field. And I'll show that in the next slide. But I do want to reiterate the inclusive nature of the plan. We heard from our residents, young and old, of different abilities and of different modalities. Next slide, please. So for this potential phase one, you can see that the bottom line is roughly $2.3 million. In one of the more recent Blue Ribbon Committee meetings, as well as in particular discussion with Esther, we felt like residents should have some skin in the game, so to speak, and that's why we've already started fundraising, not necessarily at full force yet, but one idea that has been proposed is that the lighting is something that we could potentially have the residents rally behind and fundraise to light the skate park. But in terms of the breakdown, as you can see, not surprisingly, the core skate park represents almost half of the cost. Pump track being about 12%. There's a 20% contingency built in associated with the plan, on and on. So with that, I should also say that as a member of the Blue Ribbon Committee, we didn't have a firm budget per se. So this is by no means a demand. This is what we think it will take to check all the boxes to meet the needs of the constituents that we've interacted with over almost the last year. So I fully appreciate there are likely many questions associated with this. So why don't I pause at this point and open it up?
Okay, anybody have any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Tabor.
Yes, in your initial $8.3 million, there was $1.7 million for parking. I don't see that in the...
That's a great point, Councilor. So the reason why that price tag was so high is that was an estimate or an opinion of cost that incorporated pavers instead of, say, a gravel or asphalt parking lot. So that really gets to kind of the gold plating, I would say. This represents, Pillar's responsibility in part is to show what is possible with that parcel, best case.
No, I think that's a good explanation.
Yeah, thank you.
So in other words, it would be the Rolls Royce.
It would be the Rolls Royce. Yeah, maybe we need to settle on the Accord.
There you go, perfect. Anyone else have any other questions for Dave at all?
Thank you, Dave.
I'd also just really like to thank Director of Recreation Todd Henley and Director of Public Works Peter Rice. They've been extremely valuable resources for us, and they've shown up for every meeting, and they've been great partners. So I just wanted to get that across.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion and then once I make my motion, I'll speak on it, to move to allocate $2.2 million for a skateboard park, recreational field, pump track for the children of Portsmouth for groundbreaking in the summer of 2022.
Second.
We talk about our kids and our future. And right now, our students have really had a hard time. And so I don't want to put this on a CIP. I wanted to get it done. So, you know, I have to look at city funding, and most recently, we have brought back a bond premium of $4.8 million. We have brought in some extra revenue for $4.2 million, and we have a $6.3 federal funding that's coming in May-ish, around that time. So, with a motion of $2.2 million, that will give us a field, that will give us a skateboard park, that will give us a pump track, and when the committee was talking, we feel that $100,000 we can try to raise for the lighting, and that will be our contribution and the future contribution to this program. But we can't wait. When Seamus and Oliver, Seamus first and then Oliver, came to me and said that they wanted to have a skateboard park because there was no place to skate, they were pretty clear that they needed it because of COVID. They needed it because they had needed support to get outside. And the other thing we have to be aware of is that you cannot skateboard legally downtown. So we have kids, because there's really no other place to go. If any of you have been over to Greenleaf, I go over once in a while and clean up trash. It's pretty sad. So we need to get something for these young men in particular. Now, thank goodness Lily chimed in. But for the most part, when I first went to, when I said to Seamus and Oliver, if you want to meet, I'll meet at the park, bring as many kids as want to be involved. And I think some of you saw the picture in the paper. We had about 27 kids show up, and they were all males, all young men, and they were looking for help. So Chris Rice and I, who's here tonight, in 2006, tried to do the same thing because we had the same thing. Chris was owning a business downtown, and we had young males in our community that needed help. We were not successful then, but I'm hoping 15 years later, tonight, with the help of all you, we can get a skateboard park for these young men. Thank you.
Anybody have anything they'd like to add? Yes, Councilor McEachern.
Just a question on the groundbreaking. Is this the project outline or the presentation outline times associated with any of this? Is that a feasible number? Is it just money that's standing in the way? I guess it's a better way of asking that question.
I think it's a number that we put out there in hopes that we could achieve, yes.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Lazenby.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the public comment and then the work from the committee and the presentation. It's fantastic. I think it's a great project. I think everyone supports moving ahead with the project. A question for the city manager first on how we fund it. So there's the motion of allocating funds, so which I think is sort of an unusual thing for us. So because this item was not in the budget, correct? So it's currently not in the budget. So if it's not in the budget, my understanding was the typical procedure for taking on a new expense would be to have first have a public hearing, but then look to appropriate new funds, raise money in order to pay for that. So if the city manager could explain where this money could be allocated from, or can it be, and what procedure would we take to get there?
Happy to answer that question. As you are familiar, if it's not in the budget, we need to identify a source of funding to support any project, no matter what that project is, be it McINTYRE, as we have done, and enlisted a supplemental appropriation, or in this case, a project for which typically staff would bring it forward through the capital improvement plan process. And I can share with this group, because it's part of the process that eventually brings the CIP into the council fold and into the conversation about the budget, that today the Planning Board Advisory Committee that weighs the CIP elements that get incorporated into what the Planning Board recommends in December to the Council in January, the staff brought forward jointly by DPW and Recreation a request to fund the skate park. Given the feedback, as I understand it, and I'm looking at Peter Rice and Todd Henley, from the consultant, the understanding I have is that the CIP is best representing the project to put forth $200,000 in design money in FY23, given the time constraints and the consultant's work already on their plate. And then the idea would be to bond the remainder in FY24. As you all know, we need to identify funds and get authorization in advance of bidding a project. So that would explain that in 22, we would complete the design work, and in calendar year 23, we would build the park. So if we were following the traditional route for a capital project, it would be that. If the council chooses to use an alternative means of funding, we would need to schedule a public hearing, which could take place at the December 20th meeting, and for which you would need 6 votes or 2/3 vote of the council.
And some follow-ups. And so and I understand, thank you. And so it's already in process to be included in the current capital improvement plan that's being planned for next year's budget, which would be in front of the new council, I think in February or March, and then adopted in the spring, and be part of the public process with other capital projects, which sounds like a good process. And then from a financial management standpoint, that allows staff to manage something like a $2+ million investment and weigh them along with other significant bonding or other investments that we have. If we were to have a public hearing and do a new appropriation now, that would essentially be an increase on taxpayer burden with the current budget. Is that correct?
It would have that effect, and what I can tell you is I asked the finance folks to do some calculating. It would reduce our unassigned fund balance down to a level that would approach the floor of 10%. And as you know, we've been following guidance that keeps us between around the 13% mark, and that would bring that close to the floor of 10%, which would bring us back to the percentage level of about 10 years ago. So it is fair to say, and I don't have the benefit of the finance director here tonight, but it is fair to say that part of the reason we enjoy the financial rating that we do is because of the reserves we keep in place, hovering in that 13% unassigned fund balance.
Thank you. So last comment. I think the project is great. I think the city should fund it. I think we should fund it as part of the in the midst of the capital improvement plan, like a lot of other great projects that we want to have, and also along with some of the need to have necessary projects that we don't love to spend money on, like roads and sewers and replacing police stations, but that we need to have. So it's great to hear that it's already on track with the capital improvement plan currently that we're in the midst of. It sounds like a great path to get this done soon.
Councilor Huda?
Yeah, I guess I'd, excuse me, like to remind everybody that per a presentation that was given to us as a council and a public in June 14th, we will have, according to the presentation, another 6.441140 funds coming in May of 22. We will also have more school funds per the ESSER funds coming in May. The school funds will be an estimate. So I guess I would ask that the city manager consider moving this up from 23 to 22 based on the qualifications of this program here. Per the presentation, lost revenue can be used for maintenance or pay-go funding for building and infrastructure, including roads. And this also involves the public health of children for the schools. So I would ask that this would be considered in the FY22, or as soon as we can, instead of pushing it off.
If I could ask staff to comment on the status of the consultant and the feedback you're getting about timing, sort of separate and apart from the funding conversation. Thanks, Todd.
Absolutely, thank you. In a conversation that we had with Pillar a couple of weeks ago, he did state that if they were awarded the bid to perform the construction, that he would be he would not be able to perform that until probably 2023 at this point.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yeah, if the second agrees, I will amend my motion to have a public hearing on the 20th to use the federal funds that will be coming in May for this project.
Agreed.
And we have any other comments on that?
Your Honor.
Yep, go ahead.
I
Councilor Tabor?
just want to clarify with the city manager. Councilor Huda spoke of ARPA money and ESSER money. I just want to make sure we're not double counting this with any of the money for the community campus that we've itemized.
I think the money that Councilor Hood is talking about is the second tranche of $6.4 million to be received in May of 2022.
Okay.
And would it be correct in saying, City Manager, that we still have left over, so exactly what Councilor Tabor had talked about, $3.5 million was technically going to be used for community campus, and we still do have a couple of $1 million left over from the first disbursement of the money.
I think the challenge with the first disbursement is the funds identified for community campus fit the criteria of, what's the word I want? It doesn't need to fit one of the prescribed silos that have been identified through ARPA. It falls in the category of discretionary projects that can use the lost revenue calculation. So the money that does not meet one of the silos is going toward community campus, which means that the discretionary money is not available for other projects. So the challenge would be to have this project meet one of the criteria for ARPA, and our review of that funding would not necessarily match the ARPA eligibility.
I'm just saying, we wouldn't be spending, we got $6 some odd million. We haven't spent all of it. It would be on community campus, that we still have a remainder of some. That's all I'm asking.
We do. It just, it has eligibility restrictions.
No, okay. Yep. Anyone else? Yep, go ahead, Councilor McEachern.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess the question with Pillar is, I guess on one hand, I have been on the council for 2 years. At no point have I seen a bid come in lower if we wait. So I get that. But I also don't want to create a situation where we're defining victory by saying we're voting today to build it next year, because I've heard that so far is not in the cards for us to be able to do with our consultant. Is there a way that we could amend our current capital improvement plan to have these funds allocated for this year for the design, and then move forward in the following year, so that we can try to have Councilor Lazenby's focus on process? Because the last thing I want to show everybody in the State Board Committee is that we're not following the process of the government that we have here, that everybody invested so much time in. I don't want to create that situation, but I also don't want to delay this any further than it has to be from Pillar and their design saying it's 2023. So I think there's a little bit of time there. Is there a possibility that we could work within the CIP to move this forward, amend our current CIP to have this and move as quickly as it can with Pillar in 2023?
That's certainly a consideration I can speak with the Finance Department about. We're not prepared to do that tonight, and to amend the current CIP would mean that that same amount you're adding would need to be removed from the current CIP. So the question then becomes a policy one of council: what do you remove? And what implications does that have?
Councilor Huda?
Will we be able to get a cost or a cost estimate on phase one? That would probably be lower than the total, obviously.
This is the cost estimate on phase one.
Phase one is 2.2.
Mm-hmm.
And timing on that?
The timing of phase one. I'm not sure what you mean. It is my understanding in trying to discern what you're looking for and to not have staff here ready to answer that it is not common practice to amend the CIP. So we'd have to seek a supplemental appropriation. So I think we're talking a couple different things. We're talking refining a number and identifying exactly what kind of work you would get for that number. So it sounds like we still have work to do on both fronts would be my understanding of where we're at.
So I guess what the question would be then, over the next 2 weeks, if we were to set up a meeting as what it was kind of amended to be at the December 20th, is there any way that staff would be able to go and, I guess, answer any of those concerns and have a little bit further conversation on the 20th of December? Not that we're going to have a whole lot to talk about. I mean, it's going to be a packed meeting as it is.
I think what we could do is affirm where Pillar might suggest the construction schedule would be, and to weigh whether the council wants to consider a supplemental appropriation or put it in the bond schedule and keep it in the CIP as currently proposed for FY23.
Okay, Councilor Trace and then Councilor Tabor.
I have a question for the presenters or for others at large, which will show my ignorance of years of not having skateboarded. Believe it or not, I actually did, guys. It was a long, long time ago. Pillar's designed the skateboard park. Because Pillar has designed it or has given a preliminary presentation, can you have Pillar design it and someone else build it? Or is that something you don't want to do? I realize that Pillar is doing us a great favor. They're the pinnacle of skateboard design. But does it have to be Pillar that builds it and you all agree to wait to 2023 regardless? Or do you have Pillar design it and have somebody else build it and it potentially, because of a vote, gets built sooner? That's my question.
So, Pillar is a design firm. It would have to go back out to to have another opportunity for other people to bid on it. So this is just the initial design. So you don't know until you put it back out who would actually come in for the bids.
Councilor Tabor?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that you were moving in a direction of, could we come back to this on the 20th? And I think it might benefit us to think about the design phase for $200,000 as a supplemental appropriation, given our surplus that we have, and then capital spending in the CIP for 23 for the construction, since that's the soonest we hear that we can do it anyway. So I've just put that for us to consider.
And then I've got Councilor Lazenby.
Yeah, so I think Councilor McEachern's suggestion is a really good one. I think there's strong support in the community for this project. I think there's strong support in this council. I think there will be strong support in the next council. They're in a few weeks. I think to get this right, I think it would be great for us to know what that initial design amount of money would need to be to get working on it sooner. I would support that. I think a lot of people probably would. Then now you're not talking necessarily trying to carve out $2.2 million right now for work that they can't even do this year, but we can get started on the design project sooner. And I don't think it's going to make a difference if we decide it in 2 weeks versus we decide it in 4 or 6 weeks. So if we could, I would encourage the makers of the motion to move more towards a report back on what we think that design amount could be. So we get that on the 20th. The new council could have a public hearing in January about making that appropriation for design funds, have it lined up, and get moving on the project sooner. So I would encourage us to do that. The one other note is that my understanding about the American Relief Plan funds is there are guidelines about there being a number of public hearings on how that money is spent, and community committees who are involved in how we're going to spend it. It doesn't seem realistic to me that we can pull that off in the next couple of weeks. So I think we have a good path, and we don't have to think about this in terms of the next few weeks, we can think about it a little bit longer than that.
Councilor McEachern?
Thank you, Your Honor. I also support the idea from Councilor Tabor, and I would like it to be a friendly amendment. I think $200,000 is a significant commitment to this from a standpoint of if we don't follow up with building it, that's, you know, pretty wasteful spending. But I'd like this to be, and in light of the fact that we're not going to be able to build it until 2023, but I'd really like this to be a unanimous vote, if at all possible. I think that this is one of the best examples of the work that we've done as a council. We've listened to the community's come up and spoken, our best members of the community have come and spoken. I would like us to be able to figure out a way from the boring money stuff of all of this to figure out a way to commit to doing this in a way that aligns with our city budgeting process, but also shows that we are committed as a council to making sure this is happening. So, you know, I'd like it to be a friendly amendment, but I understand that there might be more conversation required.
I'm not comfortable making that amendment. I'm comfortable having a public hearing on the 20th. You know, I spent, along with some city members, of looking at trustees of the trust for $1.6 million we found. And that is now being used for something else after we spent all that time researching it. I brought the information to City Attorney Sullivan and the city manager. So there was some money there. Now, I know that working in public schools, there's money there for projects for kids with mental health. So significant amount of money that's coming in with the federal government. And I would encourage us to look at that. Because there was some money and it was sent back by our schools, so I'm hoping moving forward we can access that money. So I believe we have the $2.2 million. I want to allocate it for these young people. I think it's important. I also know that the Recovery Act is about children, about the mental health, about obesity in children. Which has been a huge outcome from the COVID. And so I believe the money's out there. I want to say I know the money's out there. And I think now is the time to move forward on this project. So I would agree that on the 20th we have a public hearing. And then let's listen to the public. Let's hear what they have to say. We've always been willing to listen, and I'm willing to amend the motion to have the public speak.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to add? Anyone at all? I just want to thank the group for your due diligence over this last year and challenges. I see literally, and we'll probably label ourselves, but between Sean and Eric and I, skateboarding, most of the boys, whether they know that or not, I'm sure Eric has shown that, we were running around 30 plus years ago doing the very thing that the kids are. I'd really like to see this done. I see more and more of them in the community. I have a son that has ADHD, and he had some real challenges, and skateboarding and biking is one of the things that's got him through over the last year and a half. I know there's a lot of kids that are out there that are still having a hard time with skateboarding in areas of town. My son has worked with that with the help of Attorney Sullivan, at least during the colder months and non-visitor months. I think the boys are given a little more leniency from time to time, but we had those same challenges 30 plus years ago. I think it's time that we really try to make a difference and a change on it. I don't want to say it's before it's too late, but it's been, you're talking a long time. So I'm willing to support that, at least be able to give staff a couple of weeks to come up with some options, and we'll take it from there. All right, anyone else?
Can we read the motion?
Do you have the amended?
Well, Councilor Kennedy amended the motion to allow for a public hearing on December 20th, and also to see the funds that are coming in May to move forward with the project and to schedule the public hearing. And Councilor Huda agreed to the change. And the original motion was to move to allocate $2.2 million for a skateboard park, recreational field, and pump track for the children of Portsmouth, and groundbreaking summer of 2022.
Okay, sweet.
I'd make a motion to amend the public hearing to be for the funding of $200,000 for design of the skate park for the city of Portsmouth at the December 20th meeting.
Second. Any discussion on that?
So yeah, just to speak to it, again, I've talked about the merits, I think, of us doing that to $2.2 million in the midst of a budget, or to add on to taxpayers, it is a lot, and it's not necessarily going to help us to get the project done sooner. As we know, there are a number of other actions being taken by the council that will cost the taxpayers some money, and those are unresolved, and those are significant, costly items. So I think for the city and the taxpayers to consider adding on additional $2.2 million of tax burden 2 weeks from now, with all else we have going on, is a further stretch than we should do. But $200,000 will get us working and designing this project so it can get then built and worked on as soon as is possible from those who would do it anyway.
Councilor McEachern?
I guess the point of, just a legal question, or maybe a point of order, is are we able to, we have a public hearing for 2.2 million. Are we able to come away with that using less than that amount? Okay. So I feel that it will be a part of the discussion what we end up having, whether, but we can't, I don't think it would be easy, or we can't say 200,000 and have a public hearing that ended up with 2.2 million. So I'd feel comfortable with having the public hearing, knowing that more conversation is going to be occurring, potentially with Councilor Tabor's, idea of design and planning separate.
Councilor Huda?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused as to the way that Councilor Lazenby is looking at this. This would not increase the tax burden. This money is, the first part of the ESSER the funds are sitting there, and the second part are due to come in. So as far as revenue going to be received that we know about, that we were told about, it should have no effect on taxpayers' burden just to put this 200 in here now, or.
That doesn't match what the city manager said. The public hearing would be about additional appropriations, I understand, or bonding?
The challenge we have is to effectively notice the hearing that we would be holding on the 20th. We have to specify the funds to be identified for this. We do not have clarification or confirmation that we can use ARPA. We do not have clarification we can use ESSER, and the school board hasn't even had a chance to weigh in. So from a legally and properly noticing perspective, if the council were to consider money on December 20th, you would have to identify in the public notice where the funds were coming from. And we don't have that ability right now.
So if we did, so the proposed amendment on the table, we did the 200,000 for design, that would be an additional appropriation. Would you have sufficient information to move ahead with that?
I think at this point, if you called it a supplemental appropriation or a bond, those two things would be certain. We can clearly identify those. Right. Any other things, we'd have to seek clarification.
Right. And so that's some of the reason why I'm supporting this also, is that there's a clear path to us doing this. These other mechanisms, it's not clear we can pull it off.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused here because we just announced that we had a 4.8 bond premium. So we have money there. And we had some revenue sources come in at 4.2 million. So those are there. Those, unless they've been appropriated unbeknownst to us, I mean, we were talked about this in the last council meeting. There's money there. So I guess, either one of those resources can be put in the, into the public hearing and be used for
if I may, Mr. Mayor, they're not sitting there to be tapped. They are used to pay down debt schedules. They are used to offset fund balance, so they're not sitting in the pots of money you're suggesting. Those monies roll into the bottom line. So to identify monies that can be used on an expenditure that is not in the budget, we have two choices: supplemental appropriation and bonding. And Judy Belanger will be here on the 20th, based on whichever choice the council makes, to explain the implications of that. But those are the two ways you would do this. That's how this would work.
Go ahead, Councilor Tabor.
Yeah, I think we all want to find $2.2 million, but I think we need to do it in the most responsible way. And we've got information from Councilor Kennedy that she's identified the money, but we're also hearing from the city manager and the administration that there's no clear path to that money. And so we would have to use fund balance, and our fund balance would be brought down to the 10% level guideline. So that, that takes away the use of our $4 million surplus as we had anticipated to go into our fund balance, strengthen our bond rating, and so forth. So we all want to get to the 2.2 million. But I would support the 200,000 as a supplemental appropriation out of our surplus fund balance, and then bonding to get to 23 when we know the project can go forward.
All right. So we have the amended motion from Councilor Lazenby. It was seconded. Any other further? Yes, go ahead.
It's more of a, I guess, just a question. So we heard today that we've identified in the CIP that this is something that we want to do in 22 and 23. That's a true statement. As part of the CIP, as it's going to be presented to the next council. The second thing we heard today is Councilor Kennedy stating that we do have the money because of these federal grants that we have. And then we heard from the city manager saying we cannot count on that money because there is a process for that money to be applied. And even if that could, and I'm bullish on this being a something that is going to be approved, in order to appropriate the money on the 20th, it would have to, at least in the interim, come out of fund balance in order to do so, since we could not legally notice that it would come from these other sources. I guess for me, I'm a little disappointed that we couldn't just go the CIP route, or that there's a need, especially since it seems as though the construction's not going to start until 2023. And it feels like we're kind of taking, we're snatching defeat from the jaws of victory after all this work that's on the CIP, that it will be presented to the CIP. And furthermore, it seems, a little frustrating that, we're just assuming that something's going to happen when there's also another process for that. I would like us to be able to vote on the 200,000 next week, because it's not going to tap into fund balance. I understand that that's not what Councilor Kennedy wants in this instance, but I think we've already gotten what we're asking for, and that's the commitment of the City of Portsmouth to build the skate park in the time that the consultant has told us that they are able to build it. And I get that there is a mistrust, or potentially from the next council won't, but I pledge that I'm supportive of this. I think many in the community are. So I guess I wish we could move forward without having to turn this into a conversation about temporarily taking things out of fund balance so that they would be replenished by a future federal program. It just doesn't seem like the best way to do government here.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Assistant Mayor.
As I'm always concerned about process and making sure that we go about doing what we're doing the right way. And I understand the complications that the good city manager has alluded to with the financing and the budget. But at least I think that by moving forward with the $2.2 million for the public hearing in a couple of weeks, it makes sense. What persuades me that we need to get to yes on this, and not the old cliche of dilly-dally, is as we saw the discussion tonight, the presentation, this was discussed back in 1999. In fact, even before then, with the neighborhood committee. The neighborhood committee made a report back in 1995 that I sent to all of you a few months ago, and it was being discussed at that time, along with the good late recreation director. So I think we have to get to yes. I think that we have to move forward. We can go back to 200,000 after the next public hearing, but I'm ready to support the motion being made by the good Councilor Kennedy. I think that the presentation tonight is very persuasive. I know that government sometimes moves slow, and I don't want to see that happen here.
All right, anyone, go ahead.
As shared by our legal folks with me, if the will of the council is to support an appropriation of $2.2 million for the purpose of having a successful hearing at the December 20th meeting, and I'm trying to help get everyone there, you'd either need to stipulate this would be paid with a bond or with a supplemental appropriation. That would be the cleanest way to do it, and then we would take it and go from there. Alternatively, we've laid out the traditional path with the CIP process, so I just feel compelled to explain that and make sure everyone understands.
So I will amend the motion that we either pay this with a bond or a supplemental appropriation.
I think you have to pick one or the other.
have to pick one.
Oh, supplemental appropriation.
As a friendly amendment, or is that a separate one?
It's a friendly amendment to mine, if I agree. Second.
There's an amendment on the floor.
Oh, wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry, we have to deal with that one first.
Yep, we do.
Yep.
Your Honor, you'll need a resolution specifying the source of the funds to do this.
Okay, so let's
Deal with
do,
amendment on the table.
let's do the amendment of Councilor Lazenby's, which is basically to do a public hearing for $200,000 for the December 20th.
Would it be fair to ask that that money be identified as either a supplemental appropriation or a bond?
I thought I stated that in the amendment,
Supplemental?
but that, if not, that's exactly what was the intention, yes.
Supplemental?
Supplemental?
Supplement, it can be either or, correct?
You have to pick one because you'd advertise it as with the identified source of funds.
Is there a recommendation from staff? Is that putting you on the spot?
I don't have Judy here. This is not good government, to use Councilor McEachern's phrase. I would leave that to you. I just need to tell you have to identify.
Then we'll say supplemental.
I have a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
You would not bond $200,000.
I didn't think that was likely, so that's why I was surprised to hear the option. So then let's go supplemental appropriation, please.
Okay.
Okay, everyone understand that? We'll do a roll call on this.
Okay. I'm just going to write Councilor Lazenby's amendment. Okay. Assistant Mayor Splaine?
No.
No. Councilor McEachern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whelan?
No?
No. Councilor Lazenby?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Kennedy?
No.
No. Councilor Huda?
No.
No. Councilor Tabor?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Trace?
No.
No. Mayor Beckstead?
No.
No. Motion fails 6-3.
So the original motion would be to set up, already had been stipulated for Councilor Kennedy's,
And
so.
I just have one quick question. On the bond premium, if we said use that, would that be,
No, because the bond premium is used to pay down debt service and other items in the budget.
that would be
so-
under
So
supplemental?
the vote would be a supplemental appropriation out of unassigned fund balance.
Okay. Then I will amend my motion to meet that. Thank you. If the second agrees.
Okay, I'm a little confused as to what the city manager just said, because we did have a bond premium of 2.588 this past year on 321.
Right.
So, and previously, up till 2019, we did use that, and the council should have the ability to identify that and use that and appropriate that. So,
Well, again, without the benefit of the finance director here, we have, that management can decide where the bond premium proceeds go. And the best I can do is to tell you that the cleanest way to do this would be to advertise it as a supplemental appropriation out of unassigned fund balance, through which things like bond premium proceeds and other items come. So
we don't have to, okay, so we don't have to double
correct.
identify it
So-
then? That's what you're
No,
saying?
the correct wording would be supplemental appropriation out of unassigned fund balance.
So does the second agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on Councilor? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so last comment on it, and I think trying to do good government is an important thing for us all to remember, and that this is a project with a lot of support. So I think we've clearly kind of put the staff in an awkward position in being able to, provide the council and the community with, in this 2-week rush timeframe, what the right steps would be. So having a little more time doesn't really have to delay the result and the progress. So I think that 2.2 million in 2 weeks from now is rushing and is too much. So I think there's a way to move ahead without it being that.
Anyone else? All right, go ahead, Councilor McEachern.
I'm looking forward to the discussion. We'll have the discussion, and what happens from that, I think, would be positive for the community. I do worry that it's a bigger sticker shock, and I like that it was already in the CIP process to be able to move forward with that. But we will have a public hearing on this, and we expect everybody to come back out for that, because we're going to need y'all to talk about that in a way that the community is going to be paying attention again. So look forward to having you guys know Christmas break yet. We got to be here. We're on Zoom for that.
There'll still be a school night too, so we'll have to do it early. I'm looking at 9:30. Anyone else? Right, we'll do a roll call again on that.
This is on the motion made.
On the motion made.
The amendment?
With the amendment that's on there, yes.
Yes.
You okay? Okay. So Councilor Kennedy's amendment. Assistant Mayor Splaine.
Yes?
Councilor McEachern.
Yes.
Councilor Whelan.
Yes.
Councilor Lazenby.
No.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilor Huda.
Yes.
Councilor Tabor.
No.
Councilor Trace.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Bexton.
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes 7-2 for the amendment. Now we have to pass the main motion as amended.
No, actually, I made a friendly amendment.
Oh,
Kelly.
okay.
So it's all set.
So we're all set. That was a friendly amendment. Let me
Right.
make that right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out.
Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute recess?
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll see everyone in 5 minutes. Thank you.
We know what I mean.
You wanna know?
All right, thank you, everybody. Coming back from our break now, we're going to continue on with the rest of the agenda. We do have one public hearing and second reading of the ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 4, Commissions and Authorities, added Section 1.415, Cemetery Committee. Sample motion. And again, we're going to do this. Move to pass second reading and schedule third and final reading regarding the amendment to Chapter 1, Article 4 at the December 2021 City Council meeting. So I'm going to open it up if there anyone in the public that would like to speak to the amendment to Chapter 1. I'm going to open it up for a public hearing. Just approach the podium, give your name and your address. Fire away.
My name is Susan Sterry. I live on Broad Street in Portsmouth, and I also happen to be the co-chair of the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Historic Cemetery Committee. I'm here in support to get a permanent. I've read so many different things in the city council, in the city page, whether it's a committee or board or what have you, but a permanent cemetery committee, I guess I'll call it this time. I just wanted to let you know that we have 13 people who are very dedicated to this Blue Ribbon Committee. We've only had 4 months together at this point in time, and I just want to highlight the few things that we have done. I would anticipate that these people would want to sign up for any committee if it's decided for a permanent basis. We have developed a mission statement, which is to restore and preserve historical cemeteries, our historical cemeteries, for now and for future generations. Then we developed a vision plan, which ended up with 11 important sections to it. And all 11 of these would have to be met to achieve the mission, so that our cemeteries are outstanding, not so much in a physical appearance, though it's important, but also that the community and the world knows that things that have happened here in Portsmouth over the last 400 years. So at this point in time, we have several committee members working on 2 New Hampshire State grants, the LCHIP and the Moose Plate Fund. We are currently working, another group working on getting, we have, I don't know if you all know what all 6 cemeteries are. We have 6 cemeteries. They are Union and, I went right out of my mind. Union and North Cemetery down on Maplewood Ave. We have Point of Graves, which is over on Pierce Island, or on the entry into Pierce Island. We have Pleasant Street Grave Site, which is located next to the Mark Wentworth home. And then we have 2 up in South Cemetery. And I even find that people that have lived here all their lives don't know that there are actually 5 cemeteries up in South Street. The city of Portsmouth is responsible for Cotton and for Elmwood. There's approximately 500 grave or headstones in that particular area. And I say headstones because a lot of these cemeteries, you can see, especially when you walk with experts in the field of restoration, there are a lot of graves, you know, that you could tell graves are there or were buried there with no headstones. So those are the 6 cemeteries. Only one of those is on any kind of registry, and that is North Cemetery because of Whipple and Langdon on the National Registry of Historic Sites, which just gets you a title, and it does open doors for grants coming up or available for this kind of work. So we're working on 2 for the state of New Hampshire. which would put all 6 on a registry. And state registries are valuable too in going after grants and funds for restoration. Let's see, what else are we working on? We've already done 2 walkthroughs and 1 phone interview with people who specialize in these types of work. It's not just everyone that can come in and clean up your cemetery for you. They have to have, a lot of times, special equipment. They have to know the correct products they can use on it. There is a certain art in putting headstones back together because there are 4 or 5 different types, slates, granite, marble, and they all have different requirements. So we've got that in the pipeline at this point in time. I have been in contact with the chamber to find out what kind of partnerships we could form with, I mainly thought of hotels, but restaurants too. I have spent a lot of hours online at night going from the East Coast to the West Coast, visiting various cemetery sites that have either been totally restored or in the process of being restored or just starting out. And one of the big factors that came out from that was so many people are doing historic reenactments, both to get people to come to the cemeteries, but also a lot of places charge for that. But there's a big interest out there, and we should be a part of that. So our cemeteries are in pretty tough shape. What else have we been up to? I think, well, that's a lot. In 4 months that we've dealt. Oh, and online. We don't have a central website for the city of Portsmouth that, or anybody, a private organization could do it too, where all those headstones are, the inscriptions and the names are on a database where anybody in the world could go and look up their Uncle Henry or whoever might be buried in this area or they think is buried here. So we have several committee members who are tracking down. There is a lot of information on Find a Grave, but it's not complete. So we have people that are interested in finding out who's on there and comparing it to who we know is buried and to updating it and linking it to us somehow. It is linked on our library site, but if you look at other communities across the country, they have a much bigger presence for their historical cemeteries online. So that's a lot in 4 months. So, and we have a lot of other things that, you know, we're going to try to do and are in our vision plan. So I just would encourage you, and I want to put out that we wouldn't, as a committee right now, we don't anticipate, the city currently has about $80,000 that's been put in to a fund that back in 2013, there was an assessment done. Some of the work was done up in North Cemetery, but then it has just stopped. But we're just going to build on that. All those same issues are still out there. But in that process, the other councils have designated money, and right now, so there's $80,000 that's available. But these projects are much bigger than $80,000. And our thought as a committee is that we're going to do as much grant writing, fundraising. A lot of work can be done voluntarily, and basically just restore our cemeteries so that going forward, something like this won't face the community again, and then it's just going to be a matter of upkeep. But it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of investment by the people on this committee, and a lot of community support, I hope. So I would encourage you to okay a permanent committee, and I will sign up as soon as you do. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak?
Andrew Bagley, 40 Chauncey Street, just like to speak quickly in support. I remember as a school child, I know this is frowned upon now, but doing the charcoal rubbings on the cemetery, and I know we don't typically like to be compared to Boston, but As a kid going to Boston and walking through the great cemeteries they have there, with the institutions like the Athenaeum that we have in town and the public library, this is such an asset that has been, it seems, overlooked, and it sounds like we have a great group of volunteers that really want to make the most of it. So I think it's a great move on the part of this council. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else from the public? Going once, going twice. I'm gonna close the public hearing session and wait a motion.
I make a motion that we move to third and final reading of an ordinance for our cemetery committee. And if I get a second, I just want to say a brief statement.
Second.
I want to thank Sue, and I want to thank Dee and the other 11 members, I guess, because I was the 13th member on this committee. They have done some amazing work in a matter of a really short time. A lot of research is going on, a lot of enthusiasm. We're looking at grants. They're looking at a multitude of things. We've already had one expert come and speak to the committee. So I want to thank everyone for just taking it and going. And I believe it's long overdue to have a permanent committee. There's been some blue ribbons over the years, but they go away, unfortunately, when the mayor leaves and they don't get restated. So I am glad and proud to be a part of this committee, that we can put an ordinance in and have a permanent committee and really take care of our past and understanding. There's so much in these cemeteries, so much knowledge, so much history, and so many stories that need to still be told. So I want to thank everyone, and we'll have our third reading on, I forgot to add the motion, if the maker's fine with it, will be on December 20th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, thank you very much. Unanimous. All right. Next section on the agenda would be the mayor's appointments to be considered. Jesse Lynch, appointed to the Audit Committee. Mika Court, appointed to the Conservation Commission. Andrew Ward, appointed to the Economic Development Commission. Jane Bengala, appointed to the Planning Board. Andrew Simonis, appointed as an alternate to the Planning Board. Franco D. Rosino, to appointment to an alternate to the Planning Board. Thomas Watson, reappointed to the Trustees of the Trust, and Paul Mantle, appointed to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Again, those are for consideration for the December 20th. Tonight before you, we will be voting on the appointments of Abigail Jindal to appointment of the Conservation Commission as an alternate, Jacob LaHoo, appointed to the Economic Development Commission, James Hewitt, appointed to the Planning Board, Greg Mahana, appointed to the Planning Board, Effie Malley, appointed to the Sustainability Practice Blue Ribbon Committee, and Thomas Rossi, appointed to the Zoning Board of Adjustments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Lazenby.
Yeah, so legal inquiry, question for the attorney. There have been a number of questions in the community, so I guess the very first one to start with is, as of today, when we're voting on this, how many members of the planning board do we have currently, both regular members and alternates? Or city clerk, perhaps, city clerk or city attorney. Thank you.
Can you restate what you just said? I'm sorry.
Certainly, yes. How many regular planning board members do we have today, and how many alternate members do we have?
We have, so it is 2 alternates that are on the committee, and
So, and city clerk, I didn't mean to catch off guard. I did email earlier today, and
I did have the, oh, here it is.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So, I just gotta find where I answered that question. So, There are 9 regular members and 2 alternates.
They're currently serving,
Well, there's 1 vacancy for an alternate that's been existing.
okay, so there's currently 9 members on the planning board and 1 alternate and 1 vacancy for an alternate.
Yes, and there are terms that are going to expire on December 31st.
So if today we appoint appoint the 2 members of the planning board, we would have 11 planning board members.
No,
They expire at the end of the month. These would be replacing 2 of the 3 that will expire at the end of this month.
correct.
So a question for the city attorney. So where in the city ordinance, section 1.303, there's language about the mayor appointing members to the planning board. Can you reference where the mayor can appoint members in the future? Because currently we have 9, and we would still have 9 existing in 2 weeks, and so what he's voting tonight and proposing in 2 weeks, we would have 12 planning board members.
No, I cannot point to where 12 planning board members are authorized, because they are not. 9 regular planning board members are authorized. If the council should vote on the appointments tonight, the people who are appointed do not take office until a vacancy occurs. Vacancy occurs on December 31st.
Okay. And also in that section in the ordinance, it refers to the term of planning board members is how long? Is that 3 years? Is that right?
3 years, yes, sir.
And then there's a section that says the mayor shall apportion appointments so that no more than 3 appointments occur annually. December 21st, 2020, less than a year ago, the mayor appointed 3 members to the planning board. So and there's only 6 total appointments from the mayor, correct? And then if these 2 go through tonight and the other one in 2 weeks, that would mean in the course of 12 months, all 6 planning board members would have been replaced by the mayor as well as 2 alternates. So how does that fit with section 1.303, section B, that says they have to have 3-year terms, but the mayor shall appoint them with no more than 3 appointments occurring annually?
Well, as you pointed out, that sentence has been problematic of recent dates. I myself have 3 different possible meanings for that sentence. In general, what the sentence is an instruction from the city council to the mayor to maintain a stagger on the planning board so that there's a continual rotation of the members and everyone's term doesn't expire at once and they get replaced. I think the mayor can accomplish that, follow this instruction by 3 different ways. Number 1, he could appoint members for different periods of time. In other words, 3 years, 2 years, et cetera, to create the stagger. Number 2, the mayor could make the appointments in different years. So, for example, if 2 members were appointed in December of 2021 and 1 member was appointed in January 2022, you would now have the stagger of years. And the third meaning I can see of that sentence is it was actually an instruction to the first mayor who set up the first planning board to create that stagger so that thereafter, as each member served a 3-year term, there would constantly be the rollover that we spoke of.
Although that section, I think you'll recall, was amended in 2002, correct? So that the section we're talking about with the stagger. So would it also be possible to have that work out to have the next mayor appoint planning board members, because the terms wouldn't really expire, they'd expire a day before the next mayor takes office? Would that also satisfy this?
Yes, that would work.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have anything? Yes, Councilor McEachern and then Assistant Mayor.
So I guess I have a question on the, Not so much, I guess, the appointments for tonight. And I'll start by saying it's disappointing, a tone that has settled over all appointments. People have to ask to be appointed, have to put their name forward. That's something that we should all celebrate, and I understand that it's putting some folks in a difficult personal position, and I appreciate that. For me, the land use boards and separating out the land use board from the rest are important in part because our own RSAs of the state of New Hampshire separate out our land use boards from all others. So I have a simple question because of what we're asked to consider tonight, is that where are we able as a body to seat any planning board member for less than 3 years?
There is no specific reference to any planning board member serving less than 3 years located anywhere. However, the statute which creates the planning board authorizes the local legislative body by means of ordinance to create its own method for adoption or method for appointment of planning board members. And the city ordinance, of course, has the provision that we just read. So presumably, the city ordinance was intended to implement that provision in state law, and that's how you get to.
And if I were to, and I'm not a lawyer, so resting on you, Bob, I've come to find a term that you have to read both documents as if they agree with one another.
That's correct.
That's correct. So we have our RSAs that spell out that 3 years is the minimum, or the term of which somebody is to be appointed. And then we have our own charter that states a planning board member, they can be apportioned so that the mayor can apportion appointments so that no more happen in 3 years. I guess without the RSAs stating, and they do state in other areas, for ex officios, they allow them to be less than 3 years, and they say in terms of vacancies, more can be appointed. But without stating that a planning board member can be for less than 3 years, how are we to assume that that right is given to anyone on the city council? And the reason I bring this up is not for what Mayor Beckstead is attempting to do, but a previous council has already done, in that appoint 2 members that were up for consideration now to the planning board for terms that began January 7th, 2019, but would have ended before 3 years in 2021 at the end of December. My question is, and it's a legal one because it's important that these planning board members could be in front of their decisions could be questioned in front of Superior Court. In fact, their mere appointment could be questioned in front of Superior Court. My question is, how are we certain that we have the legal authority to consider the appointments of 2 planning board members that were appointed, 3 years ago on January 7th?
I don't know that you're certain of anything. However, you have to presume, I think as a matter of law, you have to presume that the city ordinances are valid. And so we're applying what is presumably a valid city ordinance, and it's based upon a section of RSA 673:2, which reads as follows, talking about planning board appointments. The planning board would contain 7 persons appointed by the mayor if the mayor is an elected official, and this is where it becomes relevant, or such other method of appointment or election as shall be provided for by the local legislative body. That means city council by ordinance. So that's where it is, if it is anywhere.
So just one, if there is, but there's limits on that, correct?
Yes.
Per the RSA?
Of course, yes.
You know, so we couldn't appoint it for, unless it was just, because they do state when you're starting a planning board that you stagger them for terms beginning or for less than 3 years. They also state that for ex officio members, those terms are tied to the office of which they serve. But for us to make, would it be an assumption that we would need to make a system congruent with the RSA that enables that system to exist?
I think the answer to that question is yes, if I understood the question properly.
Right. So if we are bound by the RSA to have a 3-year term, how is it, and do we agree that the RSA binds us to creating a 3-year term?
Yes.
How can a city council, not this city council, but the previous one, could they have erred in creating a term that was less than 3 years?
If it is anywhere, it is in the sentence that I read.
And so the sentence that you read states that we could choose another form of appointment that's outside of what the RSA exists if the city so chooses.
Such other method of appointment or election.
Okay. I guess the question that we would have as a city is how we would define that such other method, and then how we would define a portion, whether it was to mean the number of appointments and when they occur, or the length of those appointments.
Yes, well, I start with this. The city clerk maintains a list which indicates that there are 4 vacancies on the planning board occurring on December 31st. Pursuant to city charter, the new mayor and city council will take office January 2nd. This means that on January 1st, the current mayor and city council will be the policymaking body for the city, and those 4 positions on the planning board will be vacant. Therefore, I start with the concept that the mayor and city council presently sitting can fill those vacancies. That position could be wrong. You brought up some good points that are really arguments on applying some different analysis other than the one that I just did. Those arguments can be used 2 different ways. You can use them tonight to convince the city council, and if 5 members of the city council agree with any of those arguments, then the city council should depart from the analysis that I just gave and follow the analysis that the council follows. The second way those issues could be raised is as soon as tomorrow. Anyone who cared to could challenge the action of the city council in court. And of course, if a judge rules differently, then whatever the judge says would be the rule.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I think the, excuse me, the dialogue and the questions leading to this point raise the fact that we have to make sure that we do this right. And I think the principle that I hold dear to, beyond all issues and beyond one's position of politics on any of the land use boards, is to make sure that it's done right, because we could be brought to court in a number of situations, a number of decisions, well, we are often, by the decisions by the land use board. So we have to make sure we're doing it right. And it seems to me that we're taking a dare here by not quite knowing if we have the right to be able to appoint the way that the procedure currently is laid out. So I ask this question of the good city attorney. If we're not sure that we're following the state ordinance, which is part of this mix, as well as the city ordinance, and that we could be indeed brought to court on these decisions tomorrow, let alone what a decision may be in March by somebody we appoint, should we not have communicated, or did you communicate at this point with the city attorney, with the Attorney General or the Secretary of State? Because I'm sure that they have had I assume that they have had situations
I
throughout
did not
towns and cities.
I did not communicate with the Attorney General, and I would not communicate with the Secretary of State because the Secretary of State, unlike the Attorney General, has no authority to interpret or apply the laws of the city. Attorney General does.
Well, the Secretary of State and the Attorney General did interpret the city charter
Secretary
for
of
the
State is
appointments.
a knowledgeable person when it comes to elections and appointments, and the analysis that the Secretary of State shared might be of some value and instruction, but the Secretary of State doesn't actually issue opinions.
Understood.
regarding
Well, have you
interpretation.
communicated with the Attorney General's office?
I did not.
And we don't think that that's necessary in order to make sure that what we're voting on tonight is proper. Realizing that we could be or the new city council could be in a lawsuit on this, and some of our decisions by land use boards could be questioned severely.
In all modesty, I would have to say that the Attorney General probably knows less about the law in the city of Portsmouth, Portsmouth Charter, and the Portsmouth ordinances than I do.
But he does know about state statute, which affects all of the land use bodies.
Right.
Okay. So I have a question. City Attorney, how many years have you been the City Attorney of the City of Portsmouth?
Since July of 1982, Your Honor.
Okay. So I inherited these appointments that are happening in December of this year from a previous mayor from 3 years ago that went through the same implementation. Would that be a true statement?
The process that you are proposing to follow, Your Honor, is the same process that has been followed in previous years.
Okay, so that would be Jack Blaylock's, Mayor Blaylock's first term.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which the assistant mayor was a part of. There was no gripe there. Now, the previous one before that, did you ever hear of a gripe of anything whatsoever where we are questioning how we go to do this? They're staggered. I inherited these, no different than any other mayor inherited when these are. They are staggered. These are forefathers, and literally going back generations, multiple times with you, Assistant Mayor, being a part of this council, have never questioned of any kind whatsoever until today.
You want me to answer that?
So please, I would love to hear you answer that.
Just
Assistant
because
Mayor.
we did something in the past a certain way
Oh, God. Oh, my.
does not legitimize it tonight.
Okay, so I'm going to first apologize to every one of the appointments and the people that are here now. This has never happened in my 8 years of being a part of the government, whether it be by a resident. I dedicated 4 years and then 4 years of my life serving in office. I have never seen this at all. I had asked out of respect and not publicly to Mayor Blaylock. I had a conversation face to face. We sat down and we talked about it. The discussion continued on my first term as council live, which is something that I don't think either Councilor Blaylock or I even wanted to do. See, a lot of conversations happen respectfully in person, one-on-one, not on camera, to be respectful to one another, so that you don't create animosity, that you don't create havoc, where you could scare residents into ever stepping forward again. This is something that you have prided yourself on up till this point of this term, Assistant Mayor. So you acknowledged the right of the mayor to make the appointments, and you voted everyone except for tonight.
Because we've had a sea change, and I'm supportive of democracy. And that sea change on November 2nd was the most significant change that I've seen in the 55 years I've been watching city government.
Okay.
And that sea change makes a difference. I'm taking the exact same position that you did 2 years ago. You should be thanking me.
Okay, if you say so. Anybody else have anything new to add before we do this? Because we're about to call at 10:30. We're going to extend, and we're not continuing this meeting. We've got a lot on the agenda, and we're going to stick this all out. So, Councilor Tabor, do you have anything else to add?
Yes, while we're considering these appointments and getting ready to vote, I want to speak to your statements that you felt it was your duty to follow through on a promise to make changes in who's on the land use boards to, quote, stop the overdevelopment in the hotel. And I just want to explain a couple of things, because we have had an election. All our power as a council only comes from the electors, from the voters. It doesn't, we don't make up our power. It's given to us by the voters. The planning board, and I'm going to stick on the planning board, can only rule on the zoning that we have. So when you say, Mayor, stop the overdevelopment, the planning board is quasi-judicial. It has to interpret the zoning that we have. And if we don't like the zoning, and the zoning allows a property owner, a homeowner, or a developer to do certain things and not do certain things, we don't want to change the people to try and change the zoning. You've coached baseball. That's like saying, I don't like the rules, so I'm going to change the umpire. And, if we have a bunch of umpires who have a narrower strike zone, all of a sudden, without changing the rules, there's chaos. And chaos, to me, in the planning board, would be lawsuits from people who think our umpires are biased. And the rules are important. If we want to change how the city's developed, we got to change the rules. So you've been able to put 2 appointees so far onto the planning board. That's your right. Many of your supporters want you to do more. They want you to turn over the whole board. As Councilor Lazenby says, all 6. And I'd like us to really weigh whether that's a good thing or not. I think that's going too far for a lame duck council myself. And I urge you to consider deferring to the new council or adding one more appointment to the 2 you've already made. Push this off to do that December 20th and work with the mayor-elect on who the rest of the planning board appointees would be. The council's job is to get the best people for the job in this quasi-judicial board. What if some of the best people are already there? Why does anyone you didn't appoint have to go? Is an appointee who ran your slate's campaign with anti-apartment, anti-hotel messaging, is that person going to be impartial on a planning board? I question.
Councilor Tabor, if we can just, I know you're reading a statement, and I just want to try to speed this up a little bit so we can move on with the rest of the agenda.
And I can finish what I have to say, please.
You're reading, you're not saying.
I think he can read.
So I do question the impartiality of some of these appointees. I don't think they're unbiased umpires. And if the course I'd set and the message I'd given had been greeted by the voters as this election has proven, I'd seek a compromise. For the simple reason that each and every one of us on the council serves the whole city, not just the people who agree with us. So, lastly, I know you think you're doing what's best for Portsmouth, but stacking the land use boards isn't going to stop the change. We can't freeze the city in a little snow globe the way it was 30 years ago. I was here 30 years ago. It was a recession with empty storefronts. Well, I don't want to go back to that. I think we need to recognize we're a more dynamic city, and our boards maybe have had too little turnover for a long time, but that doesn't make a total remake the right approach, especially in light of the election. So I urge you to consider pushing this off to the 20th and working with the mayor-elect.
I'm moving forward with the appointments that are here for us. Do you have anything else new that needs to be added so that we can continue on? Councilor Lazenby.
Yes, so there are a couple reasons why I would urge the council not to move ahead with the votes. And that's and the mayor asks about what is different between what he's doing versus Mayor Blaylock or other mayors for many years, or what's different. And there's a number, the differences are with scale, and then they're the context of the input we've received from the voters of the city of Portsmouth. Mayor Beckstead is putting forth a total of 14 appointments over these last 2 months in this lame duck period. 7 of those are land use board appointments. All the other mayors in the last 20 years didn't do more than 2, possibly 3 land use board appointments, and every one of them was a reappointment or somebody as an alternate. The other thing that's different, in those 20 years, there's only been one other mayor that's making appointments who was somebody seeking reelection who was not reelected by the public. That was Mayor Spear. He did 2 alternate appointments to zoning boards out of 4 appointments total in that time frame. So a scale of 14 and 7 land use boards is extraordinary. That is not what has happened in the history of Portsmouth. And out of respect for the people of Portsmouth who have chosen in the election to have a different direction in leading the city, the right thing to do is to defer those land use appointments to the next mayor.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have anything new that needs to be added? Go ahead, Assistant Mayor.
Sorry to disappoint you that I have something new to offer, and that is that in light of the fact that there was such a significant change just a few weeks ago, I think that anybody around this table should realize that we should have the discipline, that even though we know that we might be able to do something legally under our city statutes and under our city charter, although I think that's questionable, even though we might be able to do that, we should have the discipline not to. The people of Portsmouth have spoken. Several of us, 7 of us, are going to be off of the city council in 26 days. And I think it's incumbent on us, as I said on the vote that we took a couple of weeks ago on McINTYRE, that we provide the new city council and the good new mayor with a fresh start and let them be able to decide, in this case, who they're going to be working with as their appointees. And I think that's an important, right thing to do.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
So,
Councilor McEachern.
I fundamentally disagree that there is a ideological bent that should be on the land use boards. I don't think that anything that Mr. Mayor you cited in the newspaper where we will curb development, we had the responsibility to do that as a council, to put forth zoning amendments to that. So I understand that there is a job that you feel that you're doing and that you're sworn to do, and I don't think that that is not your job to do. But I question very strongly the idea that land use board appointments are somehow going to change our zoning in the city of Portsmouth. Every quasi-judicial question that comes before the planning board or the zoning board is going to be challenged if they don't get it right. I know my friend Peter has made decisions on the planning board that he didn't personally like a project, but voted for it because of the merits of the case that was presented to him. If that does not go forth, if we don't put on folks that are going to look at individual projects, and I don't assume that they won't, other than the fact that you mentioned that you were changing the board so dramatically. I looked back to see if there was another mayor that stated that they had a mission to overturn the boards or remake the boards, and you are unique in that, to say that you're going to rename the boards or reconstitute the boards in a vision that you have. But I come back to, I want our decisions at the land use boards to meet the litmus test when it comes to the courts, but I also want the members of those boards to meet the litmus. I cannot support the following two recommendations that you have for us to consider, because I do not believe that we've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that they have a right to fill out a term that I do not believe should expire before 3 years.
Okay.
And so if this changes anything, I think in terms of the appointments that you have tonight, I would ask that we move off the vote to the 20th to re-look at the appointments that you have currently.
I'm still moving forward with everything. So again, once again, I'm going to apologize to every one of them, because preconceived notions basically means that appointees to the Conservation Commission and to the EDC, you guys are talking about planning board. We have 2 planning board appointments in the BOA, and let's just not all forget, I mean, kind of Effie Malley being the wife of Gerald Duffy. Anybody's going to have any problems with this mayor, and that seems to be something that's been going on for the better part of the last couple of months. But regardless of which, so I'm going to call the question myself.
I move to table the amendments to be voted until the December 20th meeting.
How is it, Assistant Mayor, that you can overrule the chair?
I'm not doing that. I'm making a motion.
I just said I'm calling to question on the motion on the table.
So I'm making a motion to table until.
Okay, so first you have to be recognized. So that's usually a raise of
So
hand.
you're using your power.
So basically, right
Prevent
now,
us from
I
being
called to question. I'm ending the debate right there. And you can call it the way that it is.
I guess that's what some people who love power like to do.
Absolutely. All right, call the question. So we'll do a roll call vote on this with the appointments that are here. We still have further discussions that'll happen on December 20th, and I am so looking forward to it. So
Sure you are.
if we can do a roll call vote, please. And again, I apologize to the appointees.
I apologize to the people who voted on November 22nd.
Assistant Mayor Splaine?
No.
Is this to all of the appointments?
This is for all the appointments.
The 5, 6.
Assistant Mayor Splaine?
No.
No. Councilor McEachern?
Yes.
Yes? Sorry. Councilor Whelan?
Yes.
Councilor Lazenby?
No.
Councilor Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilor Huda?
Yes.
Councilor Tabor?
No.
Councilor Trace?
Yes.
Mayor Buxton?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-3.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on. For the taxpayers, I had gone and asked at the last meeting, I would like to establish the holiday parking program that we would have in the past. We did not do it last year because simply we had about 6 weeks of relief that we had done. That was the first year in COVID. And we granted 6 weeks of no charges on parking. I know we had gotten a sheet that does an estimate from Ben Fletcher and holiday parking, consistent with the council's desire to reinstate the city's unofficial parking holiday. It's been tradition more than it's been official or not official. The city council moved to declare the date for December 18th through the 25th be designed as such that the parking in Portsmouth management on the streets and the lot spaces be permitted free charge during those dates.
So moved.
And
Second.
those would be, that follows in tradition of what the councils have always done in the past. It does not do the parking garage, and I know that city manager Ben had gone and talked about garages. It doesn't include it, it's on-street parking. Yep, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Are we going to be marking, so is it a 3-hour limit on the street, or is it just free parking on the street? What was Ben's recommendation?
Ben is,
I got it.
Ben is available, but if it's free parking, it's free parking. I don't know how you enforce that. I could bring Ben forward if you so desire.
Yeah, if with Ben, I think it usually meant it was a 3-hour 3 hours of free, and then somebody would obviously have to move for that circulation, but it's basically just a way, the fees then, and I know the parking's probably gone up a little bit, was in the 20,000.
Right.
Was what it was for that period.
That's how I remember it.
Yep.
It was a 3-hour limit, and then, after hours at 7:30 or whenever.
Yep.
You can park 24 hours, 12 hours.
Just a way for everyone to be able to have a little bit of holiday.
Right.
Be able to do a little bit of shopping, not have to worry so much about that. And that's the way that I saw it. So if everyone agrees to that,
Motion on the table.
motion's on the table and seconded. Any other discussions on it? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much. It was
Your Honor,
unanimous.
can I make a motion that we go past 10:30?
Second?
All right, any discussion on that?
Yep, just let's have I would move to amend that we go no later than 12 midnight so that we're not making important decisions past that hour. So I would move to make that amendment.
To not to go past midnight.
Correct.
I'm certainly hoping you're right on that one, and I would wholeheartedly agree. I'm willing, as far as with the motion, if the motion, I don't want to be past there, and I don't think we should be, so. All right. Any discussion on that? Is it amended? Or a friendly amendment, I should say, makes it easier, cleaner?
Yeah, that's
All right, yes, any other discussion of that? All's in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? All right. Moving along. So we've got Assistant Mayor, and I don't know if you had worked with Councilor Whelan before on it. There's a portion of it there, and then I think there's somewhere else, maybe if we can kind of combine all three.
We've been working through the good citizen Ted Chankowski and his group on this issue. I wanted to, and I want to yield to the good Councilor Whelan, who's been very involved in this, and as a leader, I had made the motion at the last meeting of the City Council on this. I'd like to yield to him to read this motion and to discuss it, and I'll support it.
Yeah, thanks, Assistant Mayor, and I appreciate your leadership on this issue. There's one correction on this, and instead of analysis for 75, it should be 70 PFAS. But I think we've heard tonight from a lot of our residents, and certainly this community has had a lot of challenges with PFAS, especially over at Pease. And I know this council voted to have a PFAS-free, turf playing field. So I think I'm going to make the motion here, and I'll speak to it. Move that the City Council requires the City Manager commission an independent third-party testing for PFAS of the new artificial turf playing field. As recommended by independent experts, the testing shall use the targeted analysis for 70 PFAS, non-targeted PFAS analysis, and total oxidizable precursor TOP assay methods. Look for the presence of PFAS in the synthetic turf, shock pad, and infill material. The results will be provided to the Portsmouth City Council.
Second.
So I'll just speak to that. I think, with the motion that this council made that the turf field should be PFAS-free, and we've been gradually getting more information that the field really is not, I think it behooves the city to figure out what is really going on here. And we owe it to our residents, for the future, to make sure that we know what's actually in this field. The requirements coming out of the EPA in Washington seem to be changing weekly, and this is going to be an emerging concern going forward. So I think as a city, we've got to take a leadership role in this to make sure that our kids are playing on a very safe field, and that we make sure that we know what's kind of going on here. So with that, that's what I have to say about it.
Anything else? Yes, Councilor McEachern?
And I'll just pull up my update on the turf fields
Yeah,
meeting.
no,
I can just speak to
absolutely,
that.
no, it's
So
all-
so we were asked by the Assistant Mayor at the last meeting, when you yielded the gavel, to have a conversation. We were waiting on this piece of information to come back before we had the conversation, or schedules permitting. We weren't able to meet. We asked, and the manufacturer stated through their representative previously at the meeting that there was likely to be PFAS in the field. This is the PFAS, according to them, that, you know, they expected to see there. I would like to make sure that, I guess, any testing that we do, and I'm, you know, supportive of testing, is building upon the information that we've been provided, meaning that is able to verify that this is, in fact, the PFAS that we have here, and thus understand, you know, the components of this PFAS, or if there's other PFAS that exist here. More of a trust but verify, since the process has been less than ideal in coming out. So that's one thing. And the second thing is, you know, as a part of the testing, I would like to make sure that we're able to get some sort of, you know, it seems like there's some agreement on the number of tests and the type of tests. We're working towards that. But I'd like to be able to prepare the city for what will be future outcomes. You know, the field at the high school, that's, you know, it's not going to last forever. What if anything needs to happen out there instead of testing? So I'll support this testing, but as written, I guess I'm not 100% sure that it takes into account this information. And I want to make sure that we're able to, you know, look at this information, have, you know, non-toxic Portsmouth look at this information so that we can structure the tests. The last thing I want to do is just do tests to find PFAS when this states there's PFAS there. I'd like to understand, you know, what is in there, what could possibly be leaching out into focus or tests around that. So I think it, in my opinion, likely makes sense to delay this until the 20th so that we can ingest this information and have this conversation with non-toxic Portsmouth. But, you know, I understand the sensitivity of this, but I just don't know what we're going to find other than that there's PFAS here, which this already states there is. So that's kind of my concern moving forward with testing as it's written at the moment.
Right, Assistant Mayor?
Well, we've already had considerable delay on this. I mean, the good Councilor McEachern made a motion a long time ago that PFAS not be included in any of the synthetic turf. I made a motion that we have testing, and that was delayed. We had the work session a couple of weeks ago. We learned, in fact, that, yeah, there's some PFAS. And now if we wait until the 20th, I mean, we're on to the new city council, and I don't know if we get to point B from A. We have Ted Jankowski here right now, who has been a leader on this, along with Amanda, Andrea Amico, and Mindy Mesber. I mean, we're still learning a lot about PFAS just in the past 6 years or so with the Haven Well. And we're learning more every day, but perhaps we can ask the good Ted Jankowski, to former acting city manager of the city. I mean, he's an expert on this, if he wants to offer his observation on this. I would make a motion that we do that.
So it would have to be a motion to suspend the rules to allow somebody from the public
Yes.
to be able to weigh in. Second. Discussion. Yes, Councilor Huda?
Yeah, I guess I just have a question on this. At the end of the meeting, the special meeting on the PFAS, it was discussed and agreed that the city staff would meet with Mr. Jankowski, Andrea, and Diana to discuss this. And I guess I would like to know, I guess, why that did not move forward. And then the next question I would have is, why did we get this report from the city staff when they didn't have the meeting to go over that?
I can answer that.
And basically, this came from Weston and Sampson, which would mean taxpayer dollars being spent again on something that we didn't really ask for here. So I'm a little confused.
Okay, so we got two things going on. We've got a suspension of the rules to allow Mr. Jankowski, and then Councilor Huda, you started getting back into the rest of it. So we're going to do a vote to suspend the rules to allow Mr. Jankowski. Again, I remind everybody of the time and set forth of what needs to else be done. I'm willing to go, like Councilor McEachern had gone and said about with this report being in just my personal, to be able to go and take a look at this at December 20th, and it is only 2 weeks from now, but we're going to start that meeting at like 5 o'clock. I can tell you that right now. So, suspension of the rules to allow Mr. Jankowski. Any discussion on that? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. And trying. I don't know if Mr. Jankowski can answer. Well, I know Peter's going to probably want to weigh in as well, so we'll try and keep it brief. If an explanation, you've heard some questions and stuff like that, Mr. Jankowski.
I'd like to keep it brief.
Yep.
We've been waiting a long time on this thing. We go back to, we were promised, I'll repeat, we were promised in October of 2019 that they had a PFAS-free product. It was fluorine-free. In February of 2020, Weston & Sampson told us, we'll spec this out and assure you it'll be PFAS-free. The experts told us that. They fought when we tried to get the city council to pass a motion for a type of testing that Dr. Graham Peasley, one of the top experts in the world on identifying PFAS, told us to use. The city ignored it. They didn't use it. If it's PFAS-free, why should anybody be afraid to do all these tests and get them done? By the way, the estimate in the package was way overestimated for the cost for the testing. It's less than $10,000, by the way, and I think Weston & Sampson should pay for it because they didn't do the proper testing to give us a PFAS-free field. Now, they might still be listening. I can call in. If you're going to start calling in other people, I can maybe call in Kristen Mello. She's probably watching this right now, could raise her hand. She's got a master's in analytical chemistry. You have people that are volunteering their time to say, this is what you have to do. We're not paying them. They want to do the right thing, and you have to do the right thing. Stop waiting. We got kids playing on that field. Get this damn testing done. If we had done it, pardon my language, if we had done this in November, when we first asked for it, we could have had the results now. This is not a big deal. What we need is the manufacturer to send the samples to Eurofins directly, so there's no chain of custody issue, and have them undertake the testing. Eurofins is the very same lab that New Hampshire DES uses for their own testing. So they're a well-known lab. They're very capable. We just send the samples. It's simple. From the manufacturer to them, get this testing done, see what the results are, and then move on.
All right. So, Suzanne? Councilor Huda had asked about the meeting.
Sure. So, and I can also talk briefly about the testing and why we tried to give you this little blurb in the most recent memo. So, first off, we were having a scheduling challenge between the mayor's schedule and Mr. Jankowski's scheduled right around the Thanksgiving holiday, and then we were working hard, as we had promised to do, to try and see what additional information we could get out of the manufacturer to try and, help this conversation. So what we did in paragraph 2 of this memo that I shared with all of you is we tried our best to take what Mr. Splaine's motion was and to try and make sure we grasped it as written with that adjustment from the 75 to the 70. So I think what we have in paragraph 2 here in this memo, which talks about $18,000 worth of testing for those 3 testings, including to the Eurofins, we, assumed that there would probably be an interest in moving forward with the testing, even though you have the manufacturer's information. So that's what we put together. You'll see it's slightly less than our original estimate of just over 22,000. So what you're seeing is our best understanding of what we understand non-toxic would like. So we tried to get you something to help with that conversation tonight. So that's what's here.
Mr. Jankowski, you have a copy of this memo that we're talking about.
Yes, I got it an hour before the meeting.
No different than us. So.
Yes, but I will note in the email, the city got this information last Friday.
Yeah, Not that I want to get into a big dialogue thing, so I'm just asking a simple question. You did receive a copy of this today.
Yes, but
Okay.
in the email, the city got this information Friday afternoon.
Okay.
And they didn't even look at it until this afternoon. You know this meeting's coming up. It's just one more tactic to delay.
Okay.
Don't delay anymore.
Councilor McEachern.
Just to respond to that, I don't view it as a tactic to delay. There are many competing priorities. This is a high priority the city of Portsmouth has. And we've spent time to review it and try to make this testing better. I would only ask, if we're going to vote on this evening to move forward, that there be some provision allowed that if non-toxic, or if there is a way to incorporate the data that we already have to better refine the testing that we will do, I hope that we take that opportunity to do so and not just stick to an assay to confirm that there's PFAS when this states that there is PFAS in the field. I want to know what type of PFAS is and how likely is it to migrate into the environment.
Well, the best way to start to do that and make progress is to do the testing and to find out and test for more than just 30 PFAS, which is all that was done. And that's why we're in the problem, we're in the situation we are now. This testing should have been done a long time ago, and we've been arguing for it. And all should have been done and shared with the public before construction started on this $1.6 million field. That's what it should have been done, long in advance.
All right. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is for Attorney Woodland or the Public Works Director, but we haven't really heard from the city on their interpretation of the situation, other than the testing. So I'd be interested to know, because we just got your memo today, which is fine. I understand how much work is going on. Am I reading it correctly that what has been tested, what has been found, what the city can acknowledge, what the public can understand, is that there is a component in the field that do you consider that the field has PFAS in a way that is a threat the way we measure it in drinking water?
So the answer is no. This field is safe from our point of view. There's no toxicological study that suggests that the additive that the manufacturer has used presents any risk. That stated, we're more than happy to follow and do additional testing if that's what is wanted. Happy to do that. We are confident that there's no PFAS of concern based on the independent testing we did before, but we're also happy to chase this down. We know PFAS is an issue of concern for this community, and we're trying to find our way to help educate on this really complicated subject, in part because we know there are going to be additional fields and we want to try and get there. So you'll see that this little chart that's number 2 in terms of the test that we suggested is very close to the one that you saw earlier, back Wednesday or Thursday, that's in the packet. It's just we were able to refine it a little more. And so that's what we were trying to do and get the cost down. You'll see that the testing that's done, that is recommended here in that paragraph 2, which we think is consistent with what is wanted, is very similar to that Martha's Vineyard study, which was provided by Non-Toxic, which had all of the analysis of what happens when you get the test results for this type of testing. And you may recall Martha's Vineyard said there was no issue of concern from their point of view on a toxicological level. So that's kind of where we are. So if it helps to do the testing so that people feel you know more, because we are not happy that some sales representative made that statement that got in the record, because we knew what we were asking for, which is in the spec for testing for those PFAS of concern, the ones we should be concerned about when they're in groundwater when we're drinking it. So we knew that we had the independent testing done for those levels of concern, because you never want to trust the salesman. So, no offense to salesmen. But that's why we did the independent testing. But, that's why we are trying to get down. and we're trying to narrow down what we think is wanted for that, and it does dovetail with the Martha's Vineyard work, so maybe we get the study results and see, do they look like what was found in Martha's Vineyard, and maybe you don't have to spend another $30,000 to have it interpreted. So that's what we've tried to put together for you.
Just one follow-up. So, yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm not against doing some amount of additional testing to make people feel more comfortable, but like with a lot of things, we got to make sure it's the right place that we're spending the money and that it's going to be worthwhile. But what I'm reading in here, and I think with some of the presentation, was what they know is in there is inert, insoluble, and similar to what's in medical joints and stents and things like that. So
That's correct.
I think it's important
Yeah.
that the public, if they're seeing the meeting or reading about it, that they understand both sides of the perspective on this, including, you know, the cities very much, and that it's you know, we should feel, I think we should feel confident that it's safe, but we're going to do some testing to feel better about that. I guess that's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
All right, anyone else? Got Councilor Tabor and then.
Yeah, I wonder if we could just, if I could offer a friendly amendment that we also test the surrounding soil so that we have a benchmark comparison. That was done in Martha's Vineyard. The board members there said it was very valuable, so that we have the PFAS reading for the field itself and for the soils around it.
So I guess it's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I'll accept that amendment.
Okay. All right, Councilor Huda and then Councilor McEachern.
Yeah, I guess I would just ask that we have a certified expert on this, give us an opinion on what we're getting here. I appreciate all the work from the city staff, but we've heard from experts that Mr. Jankowski has brought in and different, I guess higher minds on this that don't agree with what the city staff's interpretation is in here. So I guess I would ask that an outside third party interpret the data that we got separate from the engineering company that we are paying for this.
Okay, all right. And my assumption is it's probably not going to be us, it will be the next council that will be, it's not like we're getting testing done for our next meeting, so it'll be the next council. Councilor McEachern.
Yeah, just on that point, and another one, I've pushed on the testing because I don't view it as 2 weeks or 4 weeks. I view this as a decade of how do we get a procedure right for the city of Portsmouth so that we have confidence in not just this playing field but all playing fields. The one at the high school is going to be up for replacement at some point in the future. I want agreement on the testing. I will support this provided that the assistant city manager, Attorney Woodland, can state that does this testing that is proposed in the amendment achieve your recommendations as defined in this packet? And recommendation, I understand, is not the word you would choose, but the process.
Yes, I mean, what we've described in that paragraph too, we tried to capture what we understood to be the broader suite of PFAS-related investigations. Occasionally, I know we've seen or heard from, I don't know if it was Kristen Mello, I forget which expert, there were some other tests that were thrown out there for discussion during the work session, but that's not in the most recent communication and recommendations that I think I heard from non-toxic. So, we'll go whichever way you want. We did our best to try and understand what we thought they were looking for with the Eurofins testing and the, these three that are outlined here. So, and it seems pretty consistent with what was done in Martha's Vineyard, as I recall. And we do have Steve LaRosa from Weston and Sampson. He might still be on the Zoom, but he was, helpful in trying to kind of make sure that we were lining it up and had the specification here.
Anyone else have anything? If not, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
What's the motion? To
The
approve?
testing, yes?
Yes, okay.
You vote aye on that as well?
Pardon?
Aye on that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's that.
Anyone else? No. All right, so it's unanimous. All right. So that, if I'm right, is assistant mayor, or assistant mayors, and then Councilor
Yes.
McEachern's.
Yes.
And then the first section of Councilor Whelan.
Yep.
So we're on Councilor Whelan's on items 2 and 3 on his.
Yeah, just items 2 and 3. So in your packet was the letter of termination to Michael Kane, written by Michael Conley. And then there's another letter regarding the refund of the $400,000 deposit by Michael Conley.
It's informational only.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, though, about the information only?
Sure.
Maybe to the good city manager, so much paperwork is going back and forth between what City of Portsmouth said to terminate the lease, and then a lot of information generated today from Redgate Kane and their consultants. Do we have an idea about the cost factor of that vote that we took on the 18th of November? Or can you give that to us in a week or two as to what's all this costing us?
We have not received a bill since the heightened activity began. It is very fair to say there will be a cost factor of some consequence. We don't have a dollar figure yet.
Well, if I can continue, Mr. Mayor, the question of the good city attorney. If it's over $600 an hour for our attorney,
Yes.
what is it, $10 a minute? The work to prepare that letter alone, the termination letter took, I would think, a lot of research, a lot of pulling together.
Correct.
So when will we get that bill as to what that single letter cost us?
We get one bill a month. Typically, each monthly bill lists the hours that were spent the previous month, multiplied times the hourly rate.
On a particular task?
So
Can you let us know as soon as you receive it?
Yes, Your Honor, the city manager directs it.
City manager?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? on
Yeah.
that?
Yep.
Go
So,
ahead,
yeah,
Councilor Lazenby.
question for city attorney on the same topic. So, our understanding was there were measures taken today from the development partner for, with legal implications for the city. Would you be comfortable sharing with the public or summarizing for the council your interpretation of what occurred today and what that means for the city, both for the McINTYRE project, but also legally and financial burden?
Sure. As promised by Attorney Falby on behalf of Michael Kane, when Redgate Kane, Sobo Square became aware that the city might be considering a request for proposals or taking any steps at all towards entering an agreement with anyone other than Redgate Kane, Sobo Square, to do the McIntyre project, as promised by Attorney Falby, they filed a request in Superior Court asking that the city be enjoined or stopped from doing that, taking any action. They sought originally a preliminary injunction, which would be the court stopping the city without any kind of a hearing, just an immediate order. That got denied the very same day that it was requested today. The court ultimately will set down a hearing on that question of whether the injunction should be not that preliminary injunction that comes out with no hearing in front of the judge, or temporary injunction, preliminary injunction, I'm sorry, or a permanent injunction even that comes out from the court after a hearing. Court will set a hearing date, not been set yet. On behalf of the city, Attorney Conley filed a motion an objection to the motion today. That objection followed the lines of which the council was aware would probably be contained in it, saying, among other things, that this is not an appropriate case for equitable relief. Money damages would be an appropriate remedy for the plaintiff if there was going to be a remedy, and in addition made factual allegations against the plaintiffs. So that got filed. At some point in the discretion of the court, there'll be a hearing on all of this, and we will find out whether there's going to be some kind of injunction against the city from proceeding with the request for proposals in a contract.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Timing?
Go ahead.
Can we have an idea of timing on injunction?
We do not have a date.
Do we have any timing idea?
These are the kind of things that proceed quickly. So I would think certainly months rather than years.
But not before the 20th?
Unlikely before the 20th.
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor?
So would it be fair to say, Attorney Sullivan, that we don't know yet whether we'll be enjoined from putting out an RFP, but we could be if that's the result of the hearing?
There is no order against the city today, for example. But we do not know that there will never be an order. That will only come after a hearing and the court makes a decision.
And question for Councilor Whelan. I'm curious why in the letter of termination we cite the three things we think the development partner has breached, but the development agreement says that there should be a 30-day cure period. I'm curious why we went straight to termination, no 30-day cure period.
Your Honor, at some point, I feel like I should step in here to say that we are involved in a pretty serious lawsuit. Yep. It was described to us by Attorney Falby that it would be a claim for tens of millions of dollars against the city. And with that thought in mind, I question the wisdom of discussing it in much further detail on television.
Yeah, I just have one question for the city attorney. So the ruling today, Bob, that Sobo Square Limited, Redgate Kane.
It denied the preliminary injunction.
Right, so they today wanted to stop us from doing anything, and that was denied by the judge.
That's correct.
Right, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor McEachern.
I read the note on that. The qualification was that they will take a strong leeway before meeting in front of any, or deciding what a city body can do before having a meeting. And that would be extraordinary for them to do that. So just wanted to state that as well.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would make a motion to go into non-public for consultation with the city attorney regarding the litigation from Redgate King.
Second.
So discussion?
Yes, I'd like to speak to the motion. We haven't spoken with our legal counsel since the motion that was taken on November 18th, which was, as we know, a legally significant and very impactful thing. And then today we had a major new development. The city attorney describes it that only today's thing was turned down, but there's a lot more to come on the motion that they did today. And obviously we see other things in the agenda related to this. So I think it would be sort of obvious and a no-brainer that the city council should be able to, we should get together and for the good of Portsmouth, hear from our city attorney before we proceed with other things related to the project.
So go ahead, Councilor.
Besides this motion, we have one person here who's waiting to hear about a letter that she submitted. And I guess I would like to suspend the rules and at least deal with that before we go any further. Everyone else, I'm looking around the room and everyone else is just here to visit with us. But we have one person who still has something on the agenda. Is that possible to do? If I make a motion to suspend the rules so we can handle that first and then we can go ahead with whatever we want to do.
Okay.
That wouldn't bother me any. I mean,
Okay.
Yep.
Well, you have a motion
That's
to
fair.
table. So
Yeah, so I would be, well, I'm not sure what the proper procedure is, if it's to put that on hold, my motion as city attorney or clerk, however we get to whatever, what Councilor Kennedy described, I'd be fine with.
I think that the procedure outlined by Councilor Kennedy would work.
To just suspend the rules now and move ahead. Great.
Okay, I'd like to suspend the rules, and if I get a second, I'll just.
Second.
Gretchen Rath from Portsmouth Fabric is requesting retailers to be invited to a meeting convened regarding downtown parking. I know Gretchen's been having some issues, and I read the letter. So I'd like to make a motion that we send this to parking and safety. And if people are all right, we have Gretchen speak on that. Are people all right with that?
Second motion.
So we need to take a vote before she can speak. Sorry,
That's
Gretchen.
fine. That's all.
Just a second.
So it's suspension of the rules to allow. And there's a second. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.
Little change of topic here. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for all the hard work you've done in the last 2 years. I can't imagine what it is to be navigating through the world that we've had for the last 2 years, and especially in the roles that you've had. So I just want to thank you. So this is to you, City Council, and also to the City Manager, and also to the City Council coming in. I'm writing to express my concern about the future possibility of restaurants in Portsmouth being given access to public parking spaces to establish outdoor dining. For the past 20 months, retailers in Portsmouth have faced the same COVID pandemic as the restaurants. For 15 of the past 20 months, retailers in Portsmouth have faced the loss of approximately 69 parking spaces in the downtown at the cost of over $300,000, $400,348 per parking space, in lost revenue for the city due to restaurants expanding their dining to the outdoors without any expense to them. For 15 of the past 20 months, retailers have heard daily complaints from their customers asking what has happened to all the parking downtown while looking at all the empty tables day after day. On Penhallow Street, where I've had a retail business for 42 years, we've had fielded complaints about parking from customers for many years. However, during 15 of the past 20 months, the complaints have grown exponentially. Out of 30 parking spaces along the entire length of Penhallow Street, only 9 spaces were left for metered parking for the public. What appeared to be a romantic scene of dining in the streets a few nights a week came at the dear cost of lost parking during the day, especially when vacant tables are not used all day long, take up valuable parking spaces. Also, many evenings, the outdoor seating was vacant due to rain, oppressive heat, or the restaurant being closed. The retailers are just as important to attracting customers to downtown as restaurants, and the scenario of 15 of the last 20 months is not sustainable for supporting retailers in the downtown. Many customers come to Portsmouth Fabric to purchase sewing machines and have their sewing machines serviced at the shop. This entails getting large, heavy boxes into the customers' cars or customers dropping off and picking up their machines for service. These customers are not able to carry their machines back and forth to the garage. Parking on Penhallow Street must be made available beyond the 9 spaces that were left during 15 of the past 20 months. Please invite retailers to any meetings convened about downtown parking so that their voices may be heard along with those of the restaurants to ensure that the decisions being made incorporate all business owners who make downtown Portsmouth a desirable place to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to send Gretchen's letter to Parking and Safety and the Economic Committee
Second.
with a report back.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion on that?
I think we, sorry.
No, you're the maker of the motion. Go ahead.
I think we heard it from Gretchen. She said it very well. I've heard it from a couple other places. The retailers are a little worried and feel there has been a lot of downtime where chairs were piled up and really not used to the fullest potential. We're out in front of restaurants. So I think that it's something that the Parking and Safety, future Parking and Safety, and the Economic Commission is going to have to really deal with.
Councilor McEachern?
Yeah, I would agree with sending this to EDC, but particularly PTS. I think that understanding how all of this works, there's no free levers that we can just pull and all good things happen in the city of Portsmouth. So understanding how PTS is going to navigate this through the next iteration, understanding, the potential costs that would come to help to best utilize this. But I think in the end, we will have a system, hopefully a system that at least takes in as many voices as we can, both from the restaurateurs and the retailers, and that PTS is the right place to send this, and would expect the PTS in the next 2 years to be working on this as well.
Assistant Mayor?
Yes, I've heard both sides of this issue too during the past a year and a half. I know the Economic Commission has talked about it as well, and I think sending it to the Economic Commission as well as parking and safety is a good idea, as good Councilor Kennedy wants to do. I think Gretchen has some very good points. I think a number of us have been talking about how to have a more outdoor Portsmouth on a year-round basis, but that does not need to be to take parking spots. So there's a number of different kind of ways that I think that can be achieved without taking the parking spots and replicating what was done last year. I think it takes some ingenuity, finding ways to be able to use some of the alleyways and the sidewalks and the Market Square area better in other parts of downtown, other parts of the city, but there can be a win-win there, and I think the Economic Commission has some ingenuity with the kinds of people we have there, as well as parking safety, to be able to come up with that kind of vision for the future of Portsmouth, to have outdoor Portsmouth that actually works, but does not hurt the retailers or anybody else.
Anyone else have anything? I just challenges to just point out to the newly elected mayor. You're going to have some challenges. I've said this time and time again, only because being involved for 2 years from a legislative point. Legislation in the state of New Hampshire only enacted to us be able to go and serve alcohol until April of next year. So that's not going to get into the season. There's legislation that's going to have to be in place. We haven't gotten all the bills yet. This is something that we're going to have to be paying attention to, because we all know, and I learned early on, if you don't have booze, they're not going to be serving food. It goes together hand in hand. There's a lot of challenges for this next council, for this next mayor, to be able to go, and whether you continue a reopen committee, you guys have a lot to think about. I'd be more than happy to sit down with you, and you know this, I've said this time and time again with you, and I would be glad to assist you in any way humanly possible, to be able to at least point you in some directions and take advantage of some of the things that I've encountered over the 2 years. So,
thank you.
All right, anyone else? If not, we'll go for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
Gotcha.
So I'm trying now to,
Back to the suspension motion?
so I'm trying to see a way to figure out how we can go and still conduct some business. I know Councilor Lazenby talked about going into non-public. That's something that I have been in communications, whether we were going to do some type of a non-public this week or if we were going to do it in 2 weeks. And I tried to go working with the city manager and the city attorney that we would go and have a non-public on the 20th. Still want to try and move this meeting forward so that we still fulfill our responsibilities for this evening, and still be somewhat coherent to be able to do so. Councilor Lazenby has a thing on there basically asking, I think, the same question that we had on the 18th, and whether we need to get into it or not. And I'm thinking about bypassing a little bit as far as, can we get the approvals of grants and donations done? So there's an A and a B. Acceptance of donations for $400. Jeffrey T. Smith was $20. Sample motion to be approved. And then item B would be the exact same thing from Stephen D. Trolley for the skateboard park. And sample motion would be to accept the donation.
So just point of order, so are you bypassing the motion? Or what happened to the motion to go into non-public?
So I'm not bypassing before we go to call that to a vote, because we hadn't discussed anything. You had put it out there, we were finishing. I'm asking the council to try and figure out a way, can we go and skim through some of this to get some of this off the table? I would like to finish this meeting this evening at the time that you had slated for 12 o'clock. I'm still not seeing a whole lot as far as why we need to do a non-public, and I'm letting you know that we will schedule for a non-public for the 20th. I'm just not so sure tonight is the time. I want to finish.
Okay, yeah, I mean, so are we speaking to the motion, or?
You have to go back to the motion.
Yeah, so, the merits of us going, we have not heard from our legal counsel based on the actions from November 18th. And then we had major things happen today. The city attorney summarized for us, but also advised smartly that it would be more prudent for us to talk about those sensitive topics in non-public because we are in the midst of the lawsuit. In addition, there are a number of remaining agenda items that are directly impactful to this project and that lawsuit, and I think it would make a lot of sense that we hear from our attorney before we move ahead on those. If there's an issue of items that the city manager or mayor that you think would be time sensitive and quick to bring up to go through before we go end our night in non-public, that kind of thing, that could perhaps make sense, but I don't think we should skim through items on the city council agenda. They're all worthy items.
So I'm skipping over what the rest of the council would have, but you have something there, Councilor Kennedy has something, and Councilor Trace has something. Then that's the end of the council business. So I'm trying to figure out a way that we can conduct some business and get these out of the way swiftly, as far as accepting a couple of donations under the approval. And then if we can get into, there isn't.
We need to do 3 and 4 under the city manager, definitely, and 5 and 6. If we're gonna.
3, 4,
Five
you
and
get
6.
recommendations from Kelly Barnaby. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So to be able to go and have that presented for legally, we are required to have a vote on that tonight so that we can move forward with a public hearing for the next council meeting. So
On which item, Mayor?
So under city manager's items, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I don't know if 8 is timely.
And the city manager is saying she doesn't know if number 8
It won't
would be
take very
timely.
long, Mayor. We can just plow right through them. I think the question is, does the council want to vote to go into non-public at the end of the meeting, perhaps?
I think everybody wants to be done by midnight anyway, so I don't think it's called a go home at midnight, so I'm just trying to figure out a way. Councilor Huda and then Councilor Trace.
Yeah, I guess I would ask on having a non-public tonight, I would rather have a non-public with the, with Mr. Conley than move forward on this, because he's the one that has been advising us on this total project. So I'm struggling to see what the point of going into a non-public right now is. So we can't contact him at 11:15 now, so what, where are we going with this?
I'd be happy to speak to that. So we have, as we pointed out, a long-tenured, very wise city attorney on our staff and at the dais with us, who is our primary legal counsel, really. And he's here, and the Attorney Woodland's here as well, is also an experienced, valuable legal asset for us to hear from. And as I pointed out, there's been a lot of things, and there are things on this agenda being proposed to act on. The point of the legal counsel from attorneys Sullivan and Woodland would be for us to act in the best interest of Portsmouth before taking very sensitive steps on a tricky situation that had big news today.
Yep, go ahead.
If the maker of the motion would consider it a friendly amendment, can we move to schedule a non-public session before any other agenda items, informational or otherwise, are brought forth pertaining to the McINTYRE development? So I would guess that would be the second of Councilor Kennedy's, Councilor Trace, and if we haven't discussed it, second and third of Councilor Whelan, so that they wouldn't appear on this council. We would table them to the next council meeting, or, yeah, I guess the next council meeting, so that we could have a non-public discussion before them.
So on Councilor Kennedy's item 2, and then Councilor Trace's on item 1, is what you're.
I guess, can I speak?
So go
I
ahead.
was-
Councilor Trace.
Thank you.
I'm.
With all due respect, my informational item is only informational because it pertains to a motion that was already approved by a majority of the council. Also, for the inference of tonight, that informational item was reviewed by our most esteemed city attorney and our deputy city manager. And it's nothing more than an amendment of the original RFP. Very simple.
So it could be very simple. I would just ask that we discuss anything after a non-public session.
Right, but with all due respect, Councilor McEachern, the motion was made and the motion was passed at the last meeting. And the RFP is time sensitive to letters of interest by December 20th. So by asking for this to be put off until the 20th negates the will of the council for accepting it and moving it forward at, I believe Councilor Whelan's comments were at the, as soon as to be put to bid as soon as possible. And that motion was accepted.
Okay. Well, if that's the will of the Councilor Trace, I think we need to have a non-public to discuss these items.
It's not the will of Councilor Trace. It's the will of the council. The majority of the council voted on it, and it's not just Councilor Trace. Councilor Whelan also looked at this.
Sure. I guess we, as a council, and it's as a council, we voted to terminate the ground lease and to create an RFP. We, as a council, don't have the ability to create RFPs. We have a city manager that creates RFPs and then submits them. This is, I guess, an informational item, but not something that we can act. We can't. The city council of Portsmouth cannot issue RFPs. We can direct the city manager to issue RFPs. As I understand it, I could be corrected by Attorney Sullivan, but we don't have the ability to issue informational or otherwise RFPs.
No, and as a matter of fact, Nancy Colbert-Puff wrote the original RFP, of which this is probably 95% Nancy Colbert-Puff, along with the addition, as the will of the motion made 2 weeks ago, to include the project of the principal group, which was a community plan, in conjunction with Portsmouth Listens and community input. That was the motion, I believe, Councilor Whelan, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
If we, I mean, I maintain that we'll have to have a non-public on this. Well, I would like a non-public. We can vote it down, but if we're going to discuss an RFP that was written, or maybe that was largely written by Nancy Colbert-Puff a number of years ago, but has been updated with this information, then I think at least I would like the ability to discuss with council the implications that this has on the current and pending litigation that is seemingly accelerating in the last couple of days. I don't think that that's an unreasonable request. I understand that it's an unreasonable hour, but simply stating that we have to vote on or discuss whatever this is that didn't come from the subcommittee either before having non-public. I don't understand why that has to be our modus operandi here. I would like to talk to legal counsel as a council on this.
Councilor Kennedy?
Okay, so what we heard from the city manager is that we need to look at 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 that need to be voted on tonight. So do you think we could do that and then kind of see where we're at? And if we have time, we go with a motion to go in a non-public, and if we don't, we have a non-public at another time, either before the next council meeting or between now and the next council meeting. That would.
leaving it up to the council.
Your Honor.
What are we looking at?
I think we need to know our legal position after all that's happened today, before we take up the McIntyre related item.
I get that, Councilor. So Councilor Kennedy had just gone and basically kind of requested the council to be able to go and finish off, so that if this is going to be the end of the conduction of tonight, we are able to pick up on the 20th. There's obligations as far as advertising for the items that were listed earlier, and if we have to go through it again, to at least the city manager and city clerk and staff to be able to do their job to have it ready and advertised for the 20th meeting.
What I heard is that 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 have to be voted on tonight. By the city manager. So do we want to make a motion and put them all together? But Cliff's motion is still on the table.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying.
Councilor Lazenby is still on the table.
Councilor Lazenby.
So I'd be willing to amend the motion that we suspend the rules and address items 14, A and B, and 15, 3, 4, and 8 before going into non-public.
You need to add 5 and 6 to that, if you don't mind.
With all due respect, I don't need to add them. I intentionally left them out because both of them relate to the McINTYRE project. So the purpose of going into non-public is to talk about the McINTYRE project.
She just said that
she interrupted me and said you need to, and I didn't care for that. So that's what the motion is to tackle those items. And then, I'm sorry, to finish the motion, so 14A and B, 15, 3, 4, and 8, go into non-public and table the remainder of the agenda until the next council meeting, or a future date.
Okay, so I'll ask a legal, so, Bob, we're gonna go into non-public, so items 4 and 5 still need action to be able to go and do that. Can this council, if we go into non-public, vote on those in non-public to still give the ability for the city manager to do her job?
No, Your Honor, because they do not satisfy the statutory rationale that's necessary to go into non-public.
Okay, all right. So everyone understand the items, so we won't be discussing 5 and 6 publicly. We'll be doing that in non-public. Everyone understand that? And anyone have any problem with any of the items?
No.
Councilor Huda?
Yeah, I do. I had comments on 5 and 6, and I had
You're
questions.
going to be able to do it non-public?
Yeah, to clarify, Your Honor, we could discuss them in non-public, those two, but we couldn't vote on them.
Well, I think that's what Councilor Lazenby is
It's,
implying.
no, if I may, so, yep, no, I think we would act on
Yeah,
them.
this is what happens when we get up 11:30 at night.
Well, which is precisely why I'm trying to have us wrap things up and make sure we do the most important thing, which is hear from our attorneys about this case. 5 and 6 could be acted upon at some other time. Those don't have to be acted upon tonight.
I'm fine with that.
That's city manager is.
Okay, so we want to go through the items again for Councilor Lazenby so everyone understands it, so that the city manager can at least get something done. And everything else is going to, like I said, it's going to be a long 20th. Go ahead, Councilor Huda again.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on all of this. So I don't know how long that's going to take, but I do have questions on this before it goes to a public vote.
Okay.
That I guess I'd like to get on the table.
So Councilor Lazenby had made the suggestion that we were going to take items 3, 4, and 8.
Plus A and B.
Along with consent agenda A and B, and move them all forward.
Bring them up on the agenda.
Okay,
Bring them up in the agenda to tackle them. Then we can do it, then we can move them forward quickly, but bring them up on the agenda, deal with them. One of them's a public hearing request for public hearing for 10 million, but that's fine. I would vote to move them forward if you want to, but we can do it quickly if we get to them. They're big issues. I'm bringing them up because I understand they're time sensitive for the city and the city manager, so let's tackle them, then end our night in non-public and move the rest to the next available meeting.
So we have suspended the rules to move A, B, 3, 4, and 8 up, right?
That's right.
Okay, so are you making that motion?
That was I amended the
I
motion to
accept
that.
it.
Second.
Yep,
Yes.
fine.
All right, any discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
I make a motion that we accept under approval of grants and donations, both A and B.
Second.
Any discussion on that? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
I make a motion that we accept 3 requests for a public hearing and adoption of a bond resolution in the amount of $10,000 for the acquisition of community campus.
10 million.
10
10
million.
million, sorry.
Thanks.
I'm still trying to find the 2.2 million, sorry.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Opposed?
question?
Go ahead, Councilor Huda.
Okay, so, my first question is, on the agenda item, it says request for a bond resolution. On here, it says request that 10 million be appropriated. That's my first question. My second question is on the amount that is going to be actually needed here.
What's your question?
My question is, on the transactions and on the amounts that you're pulling from the second page, Exhibit A, are we taking the amount that, the subtotal, or are we taking the amount of the total that we actually need on this?
Well, the nuance, Counselor, is that we have been given preliminary conceptual approval to move forward in using the 2 million in ESSER funds. So assuming that conceptual approval moves forward to final approval, the amount to be bonded will be 1.25 million. If for some reason the ESSER funds are not eligible, we would bond up to 3.25 million. But the intent, as we understand it today, in order to appropriate the entire amount, would include a bond authorization request for 1.25 million.
Okay, so then my next question is, I would like to identify other sources than bonding on this. My first would be, as we discussed prior, the bond premium that the council has the ability to move, the ARP funds that should be coming to us as discussed on the 614 presentation of 6 million, the ESSER school funds, which we should get, again, the very conservative effort or estimate would be 2 million. And we also have an amount that was a surplus to FY21 budget that we could authorize to move this forward. And if I'm looking at this correctly, basically we need $1.2 million.
Correct.
At the end of that.
Right, so it's management's recommendation that the most responsible thing to do is to not use unassigned fund balance, but to issue bond anticipation notes in the amount of 1.25 million, for which we would only pay interest only for 2 years, and theoretically, given that it's a relatively small figure, pay it off before the principal kicks in. So according to our financial advisors and our finance director, the recommended way to fund this would be to go forward with this as is, with the identified funding sources, with a remaining gap of 1.25 million to be seen and to be dealt with bond anticipation notes.
So could you give me an idea on the bond anticipation notes, if we okayed that now, at the time of receipt of the 6.4 million, could we pay that off and avoid
It would have to be determined if some of that 6.4 million to be received in May were eligible for this. And at this point, we cannot say with authority or confidence that that is the case. Hence the need to identify through bond anticipation notes that 1.25 million. Because we have an obligation, as discussed with this council, to close on the property with the Foundation for Seacoast Health on or before January 31st, and we will not have guidance on those monies. And back to, this is management's recommendation on how best to achieve this acquisition.
Okay, so then my next question would be on the bond premium that is actually sitting in there and being amortized. Previously, these were used previous to 2019.
Understood.
And the council would be able to authorize the use of those funds just like it had done previously. So would that be an option, and can you bring that forward so the public understands that in the public hearing?
In theory, sure we could, but what I am telling you is that it is management's recommendation in conferring with our financial advisor that given the modest amount of 1.25 million that we need to achieve, the best way to do that from a cost basis would be to place a bond anticipation note into service. The bond premium that you're looking at has been spoken for in other parts of the budget. And at 11:30 at night, without the finance director here, what I can tell this council is this is the best way, in the opinion of management, to pay for this matter.
Okay, so then I have one last question. On number 3, on the resolution, that the useful life of the property to be acquired by this borrowing is determined to be in excess of 30 years. In reviewing all of the other debt that we have, there is nothing that is 30 years except the plant.
The debt and the
Wastewater
useful
treatment
life of
plants.
the building are two very different things.
Everything else, all buildings, schools, everything is 20 years. So I guess my question would be, can we discuss with the residents why you would go for 30 years here?
We're not going for 30 years. We're just suggesting the useful life of the building, given that it's only 20 years old now, has a longer than average useful life. And I would look for the DPW director to confirm
It's a
that.
charter requirement that you put that in the resolution.
And it's a charter requirement that the council agree to that and know what we're doing. So that's why I'm asking.
Sure.
So if you could provide that information to the council and the residents prior to the public
I'm not
hearing.
exactly sure what the request is. Bob, can you help me out?
7.5, Bob?
I think the request is just that at the time of the public hearing, it be explained where the 30 years comes.
Right, and why? Because the council,
Something
according to
to
the
be
charter,
said.
has to agree to this and put it forward. Is that correct, Bob?
Yes. It could be done easily.
Right, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion that request a public hearing regarding supplemental appropriation for operation expenses of community campus upon acquisition for fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
Thank you.
I request to join the opioid settlement agreement. Make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unanimous? All right.
The only other question I have is, do these people not get their signs if we don't vote on them tonight? The sign license? Because if that's true, then I think we could probably do it all at once if the maker of the original motion, Councilor Lazenby, would agree.
The consent agenda.
Yeah.
So I could move to suspend the rules and approve the consent agenda. That's
Second. Yep.
do it.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Councilor Lazenby?
Well, we passed the motion, or we're going into non-public, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Any discussion on that before we vote to go in non-public? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call, please.
But just,
I thought we already
Yeah.
voted to go into non-public.
Did we?
Yeah.
No, I don't think we did.
We
I
did.
think we
No,
did.
No, we did not.
We
Yes.
voted
we
to
did,
suspend the
yeah,
motion.
no, the motion was to suspend the rules, bring these items up, and then go into non-public.
It is
And
the roll call anyway.
And table the rest of the items.
Actually, you're right on that anyway.
What's that?
So it would be a roll call anyway to go into non-public.
Okay. Just real a quick question on the 10 million, that item doesn't need a roll call, right? That public hearing?
It will at the time.
It will
of
at that
the
time. Okay,
adoption.
fair enough.
Thank you.
So we need a roll call vote now, is
Yep.
that what we're saying? You go to non-public? Okay.
Assistant Mayor Splaine,
Yes?
Councilor McEachern,
Yes.
Councilor Whelan,
Yes.
Councilor Lazenby,
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilor Huda,
No.
Councilor Tabor,
Yes.
Councilor Trace,
Yes.
Mayor Beckstead.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1 to enter into non-public session at
I guess we're going into non-public. and
11.
We will, I will say goodnight to Portsmouth and be safe for the next couple weeks.